Chapter 5. What Demons Conjured. The period of the Church of Satan from 1975 to 1984 was a relatively quiescent period for media dealing directly with the organization. LaVey was moving his members away from cultish dependence on him and on Central Grotto, encouraging independent achievement and ritual practice. At the same time, the wider world had embraced satanic imagery and attitudes with a vengeance, expressed through an explosion of punk rock, metal, and black metal, Dungeons and Dragons, King Diamond, Alice Cooper, Ozzy Osbourne, AC/DC, scary movies, horror fiction, and striking social change. The satanic presence had blasted forth, no longer confined within the unholy front ritual chamber of the Black House, and could be seen manifested in underground performance venues, bookshops, record stores, television sets, and living rooms around the globe. By stepping out of the limelight a bit, LaVey allowed others to crowd onto an impressive stage he had already prepared, ensuring his organization would expand well beyond the constrictions of hero worship, embracing greater mainstream influence, whether the wider society recognized LaVey's ever-growing influence or not. Internally, Central Grotto continued to purge membership rosters and clarify goals within the Church of Satan, fostering independence and weeding out those who joined the group solely to find friends and easy power. This was an impressively productive time for LaVey. Members continued to benefit from LaVey's instructive articles in the Cloven Hoof. He granted selective interviews and began to work more intensely on his artificial human companions. LaVey made it clear he was through with two things: performing Satanism rather than practicing it, and nursemaiding and hand-holding those who weren't ready to move boldly forward on the left-hand path. He saw the path of shadows as a solitary one. Anton wanted members to look toward ritualizing on their own. His books provided basic structures and suggestions. Now, it was up to the membership and the wider adherents who were practicing Satanism without even joining, to further evoke Luciferian wisdom and indulgence to the extent to which each initiate is capable. LaVey and I had many hours to talk extensively about the reasons and methods for ceremonial magic. More than once, he likened magic to the way the Chinese invented gunpowder, relegating it to stunning entertainment in the form of fireworks, before applying its power more practically, or electricity being regarded as an impressive and diverting parlor trick when it was first harnessed. Most people have little first-hand experience of magic's true potential. When Anton LaVey founded his organization over 50 years ago, the existence of a church dedicated to the devil broke ground for the packaging of Satan in all his aspects, from the most sterilized to the most wickedly criminal, ushering in consumer Satanism on a monumental scale. When asked how much money came his way out of these various enterprises, Anton liked to quote Sir Basil Zaharoff's answer to the same question: "I've made countless millions for other people." LaVey's emergence as the Black Pope opened the floodgates. Horror books and movies glutted the market, eventually evolving into the nightmarish slasher films, complete with anti-hero killers to root for. TV series like Dark Shadows, Bewitched, The Addams Family, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, I Dream of Jeannie, and Nanny and the Professor were compulsory viewing, initiating a new generation of Satanists into the mystery, fun, and satisfaction of magic. All manner of fringe interest freaks found television hosts aching to interview them. Irreverence became the order of the day. From National Lampoon's notorious Son of God comic book, to inverted crosses and other devilish images innocently worn as costume jewelry, to Saturday Night Live's damnably holy church lady. Comic book artists finally had a real-life villain to draw into their strips, quoting LaVey's Satanic Bible or rituals whenever the need arose. LaVey's comic book doppelganger officiated at Dracula's wedding and lured innocent young women into unholy rites. The wicked satanic cult leader Jack T. Chick drew in his delightfully manic pocket-sized Christian comic books with titles like Satan's Master, The Poor Little Witch, Dark Dungeons and the Beast, always looked strangely familiar. Besides being a model devil, a 1989 article in New Jersey Monthly Magazine credited LaVey's Satanic Bible as the forerunner of the wave of self-help books of the 70s. There's no doubt the many writers and psychologists who refer to psychic vampires claim to have no idea the term was coined by Anton LaVey. The Church of Satan loosed the archfiend upon the world to reign supreme. Media coverage throughout the years has been a vehicle for LaVey's tastes to be superimposed on mainstream markets, as can be seen in the ever-rising interest in schlock films, sleazy fashions, and the revival of romantic, evocative music, as well as the hellishly loud and pulse-pounding varieties. LaVey had an admiration for punk rock when it emerged, with a direct influence on the Dickies, the Sex Pistols, and Sid Vicious. Anton met punks who were quite respectful of the church and what LaVey had achieved. When the heavy metal scene erupted in the 1970s, evolving into black and satanic metal, many artists used the trappings and imagery of Satanism, whether they knew anything about Anton LaVey or not. Of course, some of them did know of Anton LaVey, and proudly declared their alignment with his philosophy. Danish King Diamond, who formed his band Merciful Fate in 1981, and went on to form the band King Diamond after that, was always forthright in his advocacy of Satanism, proudly signing satanic Bibles at his concerts, and weaving devilish themes into his lyrics and imagery. He and LaVey eventually met and had a true appreciation for each other. As Diamond said in an interview with Gavin Badley in 1993, "The interesting thing is that LaVey's book is not that occultic. It's mostly philosophy. He doesn't say you have to believe in this devil with horns. No two people believe exactly the same way. You can pick and choose what you believe." Iron Maiden, Kiss, Black Sabbath, Coven, AC/DC, Venom, Bathory, Slayer, Ozzy. One would be hard-pressed to name a heavy metal band that didn't use satanic imagery as a vital selling point, representing rebellion and violent indulgence. The record albums were beautiful art pieces by Derek Riggs, Ken Kelly, Ed Repka, and other sword and sorcery artists, often bought more as badges of outrage and contempt for conventional society rather than for lilting, uplifting lyrics. Many teenaged artists copied their drawing style from Heavy Metal magazine, much as they did with the manga style decades later. For an excellent comprehensive look at Satanism and black metal, especially Scandinavian black metal, please seek out Lords of Chaos by Michael Moynihan and Dietrich Soderlind. David Lee Roth's Yankee Rose recording, released in 1987, was an in-joke for the demonic intelligentsia. Yankee Rose is the mysterious phrase LaVey used to end the Satanic Bible. When asked by Gavin Baddeley in 1993 how he felt about widespread absorption of Satanism into a medium like rock music, LaVey was characteristically philosophical. Satanism as mass culture is great. If a car passes with a bunch of long-haired kids in it, and they recognize me and make the sign of the horns at me, I'm very flattered. I consider it a compliment. These are, in a way, my children. There's a great advantage in mainstreaming, and I'd be a hypocrite to dislike it. I can't conceive of satanic rock doing my cause any harm. Even those bands who just use the imagery and deny Satanism are promoting the concept. Despite the best efforts of The Exorcist and other films of the 1960s and 70s to confine Satan to his conventional role, moviegoers were becoming more sophisticated in their perceptions of the diabolical. The decks were cleared for more truly satanic scripts, leaning toward the film noir depictions of the 40s and 50s. Many Satanists consider Darth Vader and Batman alienated heroes and villains stalking across the screen, with their black capes billowing, to be trial runs for even more sinister characters. We have since been treated to Pacino's arch-fiend in The Devil's Advocate, Robert De Niro in the deliciously noir Angel Heart, Tom Ellis's sexy and endearing Lucifer, as well as David Tennant's devilish depiction of the demon Crowley in Good Omens. These portrayals are leaps and bounds beyond pre-Church of Satan stereotypes. In 1976, LaVey felt it was time to clarify his vision for the progression of his organization. He called the article the Church of Satan, Cosmic Joy Buzzer, and it was published in the second quarter of the Cloven Hoof that year. The levels of growth LaVey described could just as well be applied to each Satanist's progress through levels of his own initiation. What LaVey called his first-level Satanist echoes emergence, and has a strong need to declare his newfound faith in a ceremonial way. Through his books, LaVey intended to provide directions for formalized devotions, without being trapped into non-productive activities and stifling bureaucracy. One of our strengths is that we don't have to have big buildings. We have cells of activity all around the world, without being a forum that others can move in on and make money off of. The Church of Satan doesn't need to be governed or dictated by anything other than the guidelines in the Satanic Bible. That's one of the dangers of our religion. Under the Christian pastoral system, you have to keep paying to be sinless. If you stop paying, if you stop going to church, then you won't get to heaven. You have to go to big buildings to pray. If we have altars set up in our own homes, they can't be legislated. Money can't be collected on them. Satanism takes religion beyond the realm of consumerism. If the truth were well known, one of the major threats of reports of devil-worshipping Sabbaths is that they are independent, not tightly organized into a strict structure. Trying to discover and define Satanists, real Satanists, is like nailing custard to the wall. The Church of Satan is now like the Church of England. It's not confined to any one building that people take lengthy pilgrimages to and worship in. You'd have to break into everyone's home and see if they had a satanic altar. Even if they didn't have one visible, they might still be Satanists. That seems impossible by standards of conventional religions. No money can be made off that. The established church isn't going to make any money if everyone is one's own personal savior, one's own redeemer, one's own conscience. The Satanic Bible doesn't say, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord." It teaches you to not wait around for outside intervention from God or the state on your behalf. There is no protectionism, no over-legislation. Satanism advocates personal justice, personally administered. The degree system within the Church of Satan, requiring Satanists to pass certain tasks and tests, was restructured around 1975, along with the grottos. For a group that intended it to be non-initiatory, their structure had become quite cumbersome. There were 5 basic degrees. Satanist, first degree. Witch or warlock, second degree. Priest or priestess of Mendes, third degree. Magister or magistra, fourth degree. Further divided into 3 subcategories: Magister Caverni, Magister Templari, and Magister Magnus and Magus, 5th degree, reserved for the high priest himself. LaVey felt the formal degree evaluations and strict adherence to assigned colored Baphomet medallions meant to designate various official standings was getting out of hand. He was distressed to see members only striving to gain degrees, placing more emphasis on a member's degree than on his actual achievement. People sent letters to the Church of Satan, frantically asking, "What can I do to become an active member? What do I do to become a satanic priest? How do I get to be an official?" My attitude is always, if you have to ask, you ain't one. It's like the joke about the price of the yacht. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. If you're a priest or priestess in the outside world already, we'll know. This was expressed succinctly soon after the grotto system was disbanded, in a cloven hoof article by Magister Templi Rex John Kincaid. Let me restate that the Church of Satan is a satanic organization, not the stoa of some Greek speculative academy. If you are fearful for your degree, or question whether you are truly a witch, warlock, or even magister, wonder no longer. You're not. If, however, you feel secure in your talents, satisfied sexually, successful in society, and progressing intellectually, let us reaffirm our loyalty to you. For you are what we are: sufficient minds, bodies and egos, banded together for mutual benefit and advancement under the tutelage of a man who has inspired many by his keen mind, infernal intuition, and uncompromising outspokenness. Even though LaVey was moving his group past the provincialism of public rituals in the Black House, people still wanted guidance. By the time The Devil's Avenger came out in 1974, Burton Wolfe's description of a typical Church of Satan ritual, one of many he attended around 1968, served as a glimpse behind the curtains, a vision of what LaVey felt a satanic ritual should look like, and was a great template for those who wanted to create experiences at home or in smaller chambers on their own. While movies like Satanists are now widely obtainable, and the Church of Satan has offered the video of our 6606 event, discussed in Chapter 9, freely for those who desire visual depictions of authentic satanic ceremonies, this was not the case in 1974. The scene below is adapted from Wolfe's account, drawn from pages 9 to 23 in The Devil's Avenger, augmented by details from Dr. LaVey's memories of various Friday night revels from the period. Finally, the witching hour approaches. A tall, black-robed figure enters and announces the ceremony is about to begin. Cigarettes are extinguished, and the 24 men and women assemble to be escorted into the ritual chamber. Not a word is whispered as the congregation moves solemnly down a narrow passageway into their darkened chapel. Eyes begin to adjust to the dimness, the only light filtering in from the open door. The air is a few degrees colder in here, the atmosphere thicker. As soon as the congregants take their seats, the door slams shut behind them, leaving them in pitch-black silence. Almost immediately, the silence is shattered by the eerie notes of an organ, booming chords surrounding them, obliterating any sense of where the music is coming from. The ear picks up strains of old church hymns and Wagnerian themes, blended with sound effects from old horror movies. The group listens in darkness for a full 5 minutes or more, the sounds clearing their minds for what is to come. The music ends in a thundering fanfare. After a beat, a gong sounds 3 times, and the lights are brought up just enough to see the celebrants now assembled at the front of the ritual chamber. The central figure is a large man, strong-looking, his steady eyes glittering as he peers at and through everyone in the room. His shaven head is fitted with a black cowl coming to a sharp point at his forehead, with horns made of bone. The cowl extends to a floor-length cape, lined with crimson satin. His presence is one of quiet but irresistible command. He is the High Priest, Anton Zander LaVey, the first man ever to found an above-ground organization dedicated to Satan and the delights of the flesh. Behind him on the wall is a large sigil of Baphomet, the trademark symbol of the Church of Satan, adapted from the design used by the Knights Templar in the 14th century. An inverted pentagram containing a goat's head, surrounded by 5 Hebrew letters, one at each point of the pentagram. The letters spell out Leviathan, one of the crown princes of hell. The same symbol is on the necklaces of the assembled Satanists. Below the sigil lies a curvaceous redhead, serving as the altar for tonight's services. She has draped herself across the large stone mantle over the fireplace, her white flesh gleaming in the dim light. She bends her knee modestly, allowing the hair from her head to fall over the edge of the mantle. She, too, wears the sigil of Baphomet, almost hidden between her naked breasts. Tonight, she is a living altar of flesh, evoking lust and making the blood burn. She becomes the point of concentration for all in the room, the carnal focus of the will of the Satanists. There are several assistants in the room now as well. 2 men in black hoods stand ready at either side of the high priest, with another hooded assistant manning the gong to the right of the altar. A woman with long blonde hair flowing over her velvet robe stands near the high priest, holding a sheathed sword, point downward in front of her. The organist also wears a black hood as he begins to play the Hymn to Satan, a corruption of Bach's Jesu mein Freud. 2 naked female acolytes stand reverently nearby. The ritual chamber itself is painted black with a ceiling of blood red. Amber bulbs burn dimly in the sconces on the walls, giving the room an indistinct glow. A coffin stands upended in the corner, forming a loomed hexagon shape upon which is perched a large stuffed owl, glowering menacingly down on the seated people below. One of the female acolytes moves about the altar now, lighting the black candles in preparation. It is time for the ritual to begin. All eyes focus on the high priest. As the organist continues the Hymn to Satan, LaVey picks up a large brass bell, waves it over the altar to sanctify it, and slowly revolves counterclockwise before his followers, his cape billowing around his feet as he turns. He rings the bell 9 times, Satan's number, to clear the air, then returns the bell to its place on the mantle. Turning to his blonde assistant, he smoothly unsheathes the sword she has offered him. LaVey points it over the altar of flesh and somberly intones his evocation. In nomine de nostri Satanas Luciferi excelsi. The organist plays improvised rumblings to accent the high priest's words. In the name of Satan, ruler of the earth, king of the world, I command the forces of darkness to bestow their infernal power upon me. Open wide the gates of hell, and come forth from the abyss, and answer to your most unholy names. Satan, extending the sword to the south. Lord of the infernal regions. Lucifer, turning to the east. Bringer of light and wisdom. Belial, turning to the north. King of the earth. Leviathan, turning to the west. Ruler of the watery abyss. Come forth and meet your loyal brothers and sisters of the left-hand path. Shemham Farash. The congregation shouts in response. Shemham Farash. Hail, Satan! chants the high priest. "Hail, Satan!" Their defiant cries ring out. The gong is struck. One of the hooded assistants moves to the altar, lifts the sword from the high priest's hands, and replaces it with the chalice of ecstasy. A silver goblet filled not with wine or even blood, but with LaVey's current favorite, Yellowstone bourbon. LaVey takes the chalice, drinks deeply, and passes it among the celebrants, finally returning it to his assistant, retrieving his sword. The two naked acolytes step forward. One holds a candle slightly above their heads. The other opens a large black book in front of the high priest and holds it for him as he thrusts the sword aloft and reads in a harsh, echoing voice. "Hear me, dark ones. Appear among men and be driven back no longer. Come forth and creep into the great councils of those without, and stop the ways of those who would detain us. Grant me the indulgences of which I speak. I have taken thy name as part of myself. I live as the beasts of the field, rejoicing in the fleshly life. I favor the just and curse the rotten. By all the gods of the pit, I command that these things of which I speak shall come to pass. Come forth and answer to your names by manifesting my desires. Oh, hear the names." LaVey fiercely growls the infernal names. Gods and goddesses once adored, revered, now debased and defiled, hated and feared by all but Satanists. Loki, Balaam, Chort, Mammon, Shiva, Asmodeus, Shaitan. All considered evil by conventional religions. The congregates echo each name after LaVey. The organ climbs to a crescendo, and again the gong is struck 3 times. "Hail, Satan!" the group shouts after their high priest. When the infernal names are concluded, LaVey recites a passage in the pre-biblical magician's language, Enochian. The syllables are hard and gullible, yet strangely compelling. "Al sanuf varure saji, gohu iad balata, ilanusaha kelazad, sobrazad aurore, ita nazuda pesad, gerata mel paraji, das hoel ko ka natahoa zodemezad, zodakare, eka, od zona maranu, oda zikaleka, zodaraje, lape zodiredo nokomada, hoathata, hoathehi, Satan." LaVey steps toward his fellow Satanists, summoning them forth to speak their deepest desires before their dark lord. Each in his turn whispers his untold dreams and needs to LaVey. "Help me do well my new job. Make the man in the apartment across the hall fall madly in love with me. Let my wife return to me in wild passion. Destroy my competitor so I can get the contract I'm working on. Human drives and goals. No murky spirituality draped in hypocritical selflessness. The emphasis is on applying whatever power they feel their demons wield to help them gain worldly satisfaction for themselves. After each desire is repeated aloud by the high priest, shouts of "Hail, Satan!" are repeated by the congregants. The air is electrified with adrenal energy as the goals are sent out to the ethers, and the rituals draw to a close. While the organist quietly plays triumphal strains in the background, LaVey opens his cape wide before the nude altar, his hands held up in the sign of the horns. 2 outer fingers upward to affirm the duality of nature, and the 2 middle fingers and thumbs folded down in denial of the Holy Trinity. Forget ye not what was and is to be, flesh without sin, world without end. He lowers his arms. All rise and give the sign of the horns. The members rise, lifting their left hands to return the sign. After turning to the altar to pass a traditional sign of the flame over her, LaVey shouts 3 Hail Satans, with his congregation repeating each one. After each, the gong booms forth. The purifying bell is rung 9 times once more, as the organist plays the hymn of the Satanic Empire. When the music ends and the last of the bell fades to silence, LaVey pronounces, "So it is done." Although weekly rituals in the Black House ceased in 1972, and the tightly regulated grotto system was dismantled in 1975, in recognition of Satanism's 5th phase, application, many Satanists who have come into the religion since then still find a deep desire to practice group rituals with others like themselves. Though the church has no formal system for Satanists to get together directly under the auspices of the organization, we expect people will find each other over the internet and explore rituals and Satanism together. Using the information in LaVey's books, they host small, private gatherings, giving due homage to LaVey and the Church of Satan, and explore the rituals of Satanism on their own. Anton said in 1990, "If people want to practice rituals, that's great. They can do what we were doing 30 years ago, especially those who weren't around then. There's a healthy need and desire to go through organized ceremonial activities, just as everyone else did. Based on the most recent studies, it would not be surprising to learn in the near future that ritualizing is as essential to the human psyche as dreaming." LaVey continued about group activities. "Of course, people, sometimes the most sincere inquirers, still ask, 'Where do I go to meet other Satanists? Give me an address to meet other people.' It's hard to understand that we're smashing that whole concept. We don't need to nursemaid anymore. We've made that clear in our introductory literature. We performed open rituals. We had grotto activities 20 years ago. And the church grew to a point where such things became counterproductive. We think of rituals and socializing as secondary to gaining individual status in our chosen fields of endeavor. From the feedback we've gotten over the years, our members appreciate not being spoon-fed, suckered into endless payments, and hounded with activities they have to participate in to make them real Satanists. First-level Satanists should be encouraged to get together in their black-walled ritual chambers and shout, 'Hail Satan!' wholeheartedly. That's how people eventually matriculate to more advanced applications in secular Satanism. It's important to have that background. but we do it in our own private chambers, in our own way. When someone claims to have revelations directly from Satan, cautioned Anton, he's playing an age-old Christian game to bilk you out of your money. You cannot blend mysticism and rationality, no matter how a group may fancy dance around it. Mysticism is defined as a touch from God or Satan, by whatever name you may call him. By definition, it suspends and automatically negates logic. It's exactly the kind of blind belief one is supposed to have in the transformation of the bread and wine in the Catholic Mass into the literal body and blood of Christ. That's the step true Satanists can't take. One of blind faith, abandoning all rational grounding. You can blend rationality with mystery, magic, ritual, and ceremonies. These are completely different things from the mystical experience. But, as explained in the Satanic Bible, this is a highly conscious act, and the separation of the two elements is deliberate and clear. You suspend your rational mind when you walk into the ritual chamber, but you don't abandon it completely. By using all the most effective, evocative techniques at your disposal, by concentrating your entire being to reach your goal, you may very well find yourself interacting with an external projection, seemingly beyond yourself. But this comes from personal experience, not faith or belief, and you don't try to sell this experience to anyone else. Even Christian mystics cautioned against expecting others to believe you'd talked to God. Anton LaVey repeatedly said the reason he wrote the Satanic Bible is because he searched and searched for a book like it and couldn't find one. It is the legendary Black Book, a Necronomicon that calls forth all manner of devils, demons, scaly monsters, and Satan himself. LaVey didn't want to stand inside a feeble, chalk-drawn circle, summoning these worldly forces in the name of Jehovah, and flailing the sign of the cross in the air to protect himself. His magical instincts told him if he wanted to entreat the Dark Ones to carry out his wishes, he'd best call upon them boldly, with conviction, as friends and companions, not a quivering supplicant in their unholy presence. If he wanted respect from the evil legions, he'd damn well better present himself as being worthy of that respect. Though the Satanic Bible has been out for more than 50 years, no other book has come along which duplicates LaVey's tone of unqualified defiance. Together, the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals are the basic textbooks of diabolical thought and practices. In them, LaVey separated magic into two categories, lesser and greater. Together, the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals are the basic textbooks of diabolical thought and practices. In them, LaVey separated magic into two categories, lesser and greater. Lesser magic is the everyday magic of applied psychology, enchantments, courtesy, and manipulation. Common tricks to get people to do what you want them to do. Greater magic is LaVey's term for ritual or ceremonial magic. The Satanic Bible contains the 13 steps necessary for successful rituals. Items like black candles, gong, chalice, altar, sword, bell, and suitable dress are described in detail. The Satanic Rituals even suggests certain effective musical selections. It is unnecessary to review these foundational lessons here, as both books are widely available. But certain principles and thoughts Anton LaVey saw as basic to successful magic weren't covered extensively, if at all, in either of these books. Throughout his books and essays, LaVey emphasized that one cannot achieve results magically unless he or she understands certain basic principles, beyond merely adhering to the devil's cynical philosophy. Distilling LaVey's instructions concerning ritualized satanic magic down to their lowest common denominator, as Crowley's magical colleague Austin Osman Spare would suggest, one can see 5 main elements LaVey recognized as central to success. As a Satanist, the first important thing to realize is that you have freed yourself to objectively enter the subjective state, as LaVey put it. Satanic magicians recognize themselves as rational animals. We can't afford to neglect either aspect, rational or bestial, but rather we must integrate the two, augmenting each as much as possible. We are emotional creatures, so we have emotional responses. Certain people seem to work on an opposite polarity from the rest of society, a different wavelength. They align themselves with forces that all others considered wicked and evil, by whatever names these forces may be called. They thrive in darkness, surrounded by infernal spirits. When we walk into a ritual chamber, we make a conscious decision to suspend, for the time we are in there, all constraints of reason. Thinking has already been done outside the intellectual decompression chamber. That's what I call any area you set aside in your home or apartment exclusively for rituals. It's important to make the ritual atmosphere exotic, separate from everyday life. Burn incense if you want. Dress up to feel your witchiest, or to feel most like the powerful warlock you are. Enter the ritual chamber solemnly. This is not the place for self-conscious giggling and ribbing. You are a Satanist. Stay in character. A ritual area doesn't need to be elaborate, dressed up with all the items I mention in the Satanic Bible. For some secretly timid types, that's a convenient excuse. Well, I can't find a gong, or I don't know how to pronounce the Enochian right. I wrote the basic ritual framework so that anyone brave enough could try their hand at magic right away. I got so frustrated when I was a teenager, hungry to try forbidden spells from any musty old grimoires I could get my hands on. Very disappointing. All the workings called for something like hellbane gathered during the dark of the moon, red cord knotted 12 times and buried at a crossroads. All that garbage. Worse yet, they tell you to turn a black chicken alive while repeating your enemy's name, or slit the throat of a dove and let it bleed over your husband's nail clippings, or some such nonsense. That doesn't make you more of a magician to purposely kill something physically weaker than you are, just because your ego is so impoverished that it's the only way you can feel big. Besides that, it doesn't do anything magically. You can gather more productive forces around you by having a good orgasm. I wrote my books containing simple, accessible instructions, with a minimum of equipment so people can get the feeling of performing greater magic and getting results. If you practice the real thing, you don't have to gobbledygook it up. It's understandable if your holy rites are hampered because you must maintain secrecy. Many, I might even go so far as to say most successful Satanists must keep their practices secret for family or business reasons. In correspondence and contacts, we respect our members' confidentiality. All the same, it's still important to have a place reserved for rituals, even if it's no more than the symbol of Baphomet. A couple of black candles and a few meaningful items set on top of a black cloth on top of a dresser or bookshelf in the back of a closet, in a forest clearing, or an abandoned warehouse. Ritualizing is an integral part of every Satanist's life. It's an essential release. The more rational and disciplined you are, the more you need to exercise your demonic. That's where satanic power comes from. The full use of both extremes, both polarities. In the world above, exercise your mind. Question all things. Then, isolated from the eyes of outsiders, work yourself into a highly charged emotional state. And I use that phrase literally, knowing the bioelectrical nature of our bodies. Your ritual chamber is your fantasy world. Harnessing the potent wattage of your emotions, you psychically extend yourself to shape the world beyond the surrounding walls. You impose your magical will, using metaphors or images you feel most aligned with. You aren't limited to Judeo-Christian myths, though we do call our religion by the name of the antagonistic Judeo-Christian deity, Satan, because the majority of Western culture is still Christian. Unlike those who depend on dogma and blind faith, you can choose your fictions to live by, rather than having archetypes and idols thrust upon you by the modern god, TV. You have dozens of neglected gods and demons to conjure forth. Rather than depending on a mass mindlessness to dictate fashions to you, you choose, even create, your own master. The second point LaVey stressed was that magic requires action as a catalyst. That's one of the differences, said the high priest, between Satanism, which utilizes the active force of ritual magic, and Christianity, which encourages passivity and prayer. The idea is to release that pent-up energy in a focused, concentrated way, rather than destroy yourself from the inside out by dwelling on a problem. You must release it completely, down to your toes. Then don't sit on your hands waiting for the results. Do something in accordance with what you just set in motion. Act as if it has already happened, as if your will has already been satisfied. Go on with your life. Positive thoughts and positive action add up to results. It's a balance of action and ritual that you learn as you grow and fine-tune your power. When you first start ritualizing, you may need mostly action and a little magical superimposition of elements to ensure success. As you become more advanced and hone your magical skills, you will find a tool that works best for you. You'll get to the point of just aligning certain crucial elements to get overwhelming results. Keys to instigate your form of cosmic superimposition, as Wilhelm Reich would call it. Like a skilled alchemist, you'll discover your own formularies. But I can't emphasize enough. You must do it without guilt or reservation. You must overwhelmingly want what you ritualized to come to pass. If you falter, if your whole heart isn't in it, it will either come back on you or it won't work at all. Only repressed, confused people implore the gods for something they really don't want. In reality, a true curse comes from God when He answers Christians' prayers. They don't want their prayers answered. They don't really want contentment. That's why they pray to a God who isn't there. That's why I always caution people. Be careful what you wish for. You might actually get what you wanted. One question Satanists are often asked is, how can you be attracted to all that black magic stuff? Skulls, coffins, black clothes, graveyards, musty old castles, full moons, stormy nights, vampires, werewolves. Isn't all that stuff depressing or scary to you? Doesn't it show how death-loving you are? Satanists respond with a resounding no. Anton LaVey himself answered this in many interviews. People looking at Satanism from the outside, with all its black draped chambers, black candles and sinister trappings, might think that we advocate death. Christians are supposed to be the life-loving ones, striving for happiness and goodness. The truth is that those who surround themselves with darkness and speak most of death are probably the most life-loving of all. We don't have to kill our God. We don't wear the instrument of His agony and death around our necks. If Satanists didn't love life, didn't recognize the hell we've created of this world, we wouldn't be so dark and pessimistic. Only fools are ever truly content. LaVey maintained that his philosophy is life-loving, not life-denying. By accepting and encouraging man's animal nature, Satanists feel they are returning to a purer state, a truer justice. The same state of grace has been advocated at different times throughout history by the English Romantic poets, for example, who felt redemption, if there was any to be had, could not be found in civilization, i.e. the church, but in the animal spirit of nature and the old gods. Through highly personalized, ego-enhancing rituals, Satanists call forth those same neglected gods yet again, to live and breathe within them. Most people live their lives as a preparation for death, noted LaVey. That's why religions, up until now, have thrived as they do, because they promise a glorious afterlife, free from the guilt of not having lived in the first place. Satan, on the other hand, demands that you live your life to the fullest if you want to have any afterlife at all. If you live well enough and to make a mark with the precious opportunity of life you've been given, you'll live as long as there are people to talk or write about you. When asked if the morbid trappings may indicate that Satanists believe that through rituals they hold the power over life and death, LaVey admitted, maybe a little of that. But more than that, we keep our death close to us. We don't cushion and insulate ourselves from reality. Satanists keep constant reminders of our own mortality around, memento mori, to spur us to enjoy each moment as if it were our last. Truly like Satan, we find ourselves dismayed at the complexity and pain people purposely call into their lives. Perhaps this idea of seeing life through images of death explains, by example, another point LaVey brought up concerning satanic magic. The essence of Satanism and satanic practices is the integration of apparent opposites. We blend magic and rationality together without compromising either, in the same way we integrate different aspects of one person into the same body. A Christian mind can only see things in black and white. Its capacity for understanding is limited. Good versus evil, God versus Satan, black versus white. Everything must be neatly categorized and pigeonholed. They honestly cannot see beyond these irreconcilables. But Satanists go beyond these rules, often because they find themselves unable to fit into any neat category. Because of their peculiar interests, talents, or simply because of their skeptical minds, they find they can't fit in any group. They can't be totally acceptable anywhere. That's often why they're drawn to the image of Satan in the first place. The prideful misfit who creates a world of his own, hell, rather than subvert any part of himself just to fit in. It's healthy for misfits to have a secret life, to be able to walk among others and whisper to themselves, "I know something you don't know," or, "If they only knew." Secrets are power. That's why Rosemary's Baby was such a breakthrough portrayal of real Satanists. We could be the nice old lady next door. We could be the valedictorian of the high school. We may be the plumber or the auto mechanic or the senator of your state. You don't have to be Christian to be an exemplary student or a concert violinist. You don't have to be a Christian to be a good civic leader. Christians don't have a monopoly on being reserved and polite. They'd rather believe they did. Then Satanists would be easy to spot, to pigeonhole, to contain. But we aren't that charitable. We don't want to make it that easy. We can bring all aspects of ourselves together in one body, ignoring what the rules say about acceptable behavior. LaVey's final advice for successful magic was isolation. Satanists are superior people. To gain immortal perspective and power, you must actively practice isolation from the herd. Turn off the television set. It's meant to program you to think like everyone else. Use it as a device for your own pleasure, but as with fire or electricity, be aware of the danger. Use your difference, your alienation, rather than be used by it. Know that it's your differences that make you powerful. You don't want to lose them or lose your power. Allow yourself time alone to reinforce your own direction and ego. If you don't have your own room, find a place where you can go to be alone. Somewhere no one else goes, so you can ritualize your feelings. If there are any forces out there to summon forth, they will gather around you like to a shining beacon because of your uniqueness, not in spite of it. We have a group of non-joiners who are vitally involved with life and achievement. Anton noted in 1990. We are highly stratified and don't emphasize public performance of Satanism. We live it. People who join us do so because they want to throw in their lot with the original and feel they want to be part of an underground cabal of highly evolved people who are focused on the same kinds of goals they are. We encourage the application of our principles, but I don't really care if people join the Church of Satan or not. I'm not trying to turn everyone into Satanists. We're not an evangelical movement. It's an elitist philosophy, and members of the Church of Satan are the cream at the top. LaVey stated in the original version of this book that the 5 degrees of Satanism are still valid, but in a much more practical way, based on a Satanist's level of participation in the outside world. What I call mainstream or first-level Satanists are the equivalent to what we used to call apprentices. They go to a 9-to-5 job, earn good money, wear acceptable clothes, have formal rituals, drive cars that look basically the same as everyone else's, watch television, yet agree with and apply Satanism in a positive way in their lives. At the other end of the spectrum, we still have practicing magisters and magistrats who divorce themselves from the mainstream as much as possible and arrange their lives to earn money at things that entail a minimal amount of contact with or input from the herd. Artists, directors, writers, performers, entrepreneurs of various kinds. But again, if you are a magister, it's self-evident in your lifestyle. You don't take a test to become one. Either you are or you aren't. If you want to get titles and wear robes, this is not the organization for you. We want to apply Satanism for our own good in the outside world, not use it as a crutch to convey false achievement. Some people find themselves perfectly suited to Satanism and gain a fairly prominent position within the Church of Satan, then find their most cherished dreams of what they hope to be are all true. Like the kid being handed the keys to the candy store, the threat of success is too much for people. They self-destruct. Not that it's too hard for them, but rather too easy, perhaps, to fulfill their most vivid fantasies. The self-initiatory aspects of the Church continue to be exercised via esoteric and exoteric mastery. Whether LaVey's vision of the growth and development of his organization was, it must be seen as succeeding. If imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, LaVey had many reasons to be incensed over all the flattery he received. Apart from his secular influence, satanic groups sprouted up from Berkshire to Bangkok once Anton hit the newspapers, many of them claiming a more illustrious pedigree than LaVey's original cadre. Some even started by disgruntled ex-members of the Church of Satan. Many are groups in name only, consisting of a high priest and his email address, social media account, or, for the ambitious, an embarrassingly cobbled together website. Most, lacking money and/or impetus, are already defunct by the time they're written about. The Church of Satanic Brotherhood, Ordo Templi Satanas, Order of the Black Ram, Temple of Set, Church of Lucifer, Shrine of the Little Mother, Church of Satan, the Church of Satan, Order of Baal, the Satanic Church, the Orthodox Satanic Church, and more recently the Church of Satanic Liberation, Temple of Nephthys, the Brotherhood, the Black Hand, Order of Fenris, Order of Selohar, the Satanic Temple, the Satanic Order, Temple of Amon Camus, Coven of Cernunnos, Sentinels of Esoteric Thought, the Sect of the Horned God, Universal Mission of Satan, the Modern Church of Satan, and the Ancient Brotherhood of Satan have all presented themselves over the years. Some others were more directly allied with LaVey, like Genesis P. Orridge's The Temple of Psychic Youth, the Temple of the Vampire, and various supportive grottos still hanging on from years past. I'm sure there'll be more, LaVey conceded. There's a need, an ache for outlets. But instead of being divisive, disruptive, and holding us back, our new groups present a unified front, acting as many tactical units for the same army. I'm a self-confessed tyrant. I don't tolerate denominationalism among my ranks. I figure, if people want to be part of this movement, they'll have to lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. We don't have room for factions. We have to be like a nest of rattlesnakes. Unsavory characters bound together for mutual benefit. I figure, if people want to be part of this movement, they'll have to lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. We don't have room for factions. We have to be like a nest of rattlesnakes. Unsavory characters bound together for mutual benefit. As the Church of Satan's high priest, LaVey continued to direct and expand the basic concepts of Satanism. Through the ruling bodies of the Church, the Order of the Trapezoid, and the Council of Nine, LaVey wove his web of diabolical intrigue. The organization celebrated its 10th birthday in 1976 in a rather low-key fashion. Wesley Mather, direct descendant of witchfinder Cotton Mather, took time to reflect in the newsletter. I was there that night of the year one, and at rituals before and after. And for more than a decade before that, fateful Walpurgisnacht 10 years ago, I knew Anton as friend, teacher, and confidant. I have given and I have gained. I am forever grateful, forever a Satanist. The Church of Satan was formally added to the U.S. Army Chaplain's Manual in late 1977, placing the religion of Satanism on respectful par with other major and minor beliefs. Seeing the expected progress in the outside world, LaVey's focus shifted to more private pursuits. There were changes in his personal life when his younger daughter, Zena, gave birth to LaVey's grandson, Stanton Zaharoff LaVey, in 1978, with Kenneth Anger named as his godfather in the birth announcement. Without the constant demands on his attention for interviews, LaVey had time to concentrate on his own writing, with abundant, excellent articles released in the Cloven Hoof. Many of these would eventually be published in The Devil's Notebook and Satan Speaks. But some gems haven't yet seen print beyond their original newsletter inclusion. Intriguing titles like Backlash, Trivia Unchained, The Revelation of Morel, The Birth of the Red, White, and Blues, and Unca Donald or Antichrist a hint at the instruction and entertainment readers of the Cloven Hoof regularly enjoyed. In the mid-1970s to early 1980s, LaVey cultivated a reputation as a rather reclusive, Howard Hughes-like eccentric. He was famously impossible to reach, rarely granting interviews. During that time, Anton claimed to be no more of a curmudgeon than he'd ever been. But he became more selective in doling out his time, focusing his attentions where he saw the best results. LaVey was intolerant of those he felt would misrepresent him or be too much of a drain on his time and energy. He had distilled his life to include only a handful of people in his immediate circle who were willing to commit themselves fully to LaVey's demonic direction. The few interviews Anton gave during this time were particularly insightful. Dick Russell, in his 1975 profile of LaVey, subtitled "The Satanist Who Wants to Rule the World," found the high priest in Durango, Mexico, filming The Devil's Reign. His portrait is of a potent magician, a man sure of his power and his legacy. I honestly feel that 100 years from now, when most of these Watergate figures are long forgotten, people will know who Anton LaVey was. Selfish as it might appear on the surface, I also sincerely believe I'm doing something that will elevate man's self-awareness, even if it's a tiny, tiny step. Another useful interview came in 1975 by Fred Hardin, who had already written about LaVey for the San Jose Mercury News on October 29, 1978, under the name Grant Hardin. Commenting on the exploding numbers of televangelists which would soon contribute to the satanic panic, LaVey saw the bigger picture. This born-again movement has been the best thing that could have happened to us, he said, describing the endless parade of Billy Graham's, Oral Roberts' Robert Schuller's and Jim Bakker's as electronic death salesmen, and that the Antichrist that they are looking for is right before them, in the mirror, every time they shave. If it were not for the hypocrisy of the evangelists, I would send them membership applications today to join the Church of Satan. For we need more people who are seeking personal power and glory, and who have mastered the art of manipulation. They would have to learn one thing. Satanism demands study, not worship. If it were not for the hypocrisy of the evangelists, I would send them membership applications today to join the Church of Satan. For we need more people who are seeking personal power and glory, and who have mastered the art of manipulation. They would have to learn one thing. Satanism demands study, not worship. As the 1980s dawned, the attention the Church of Satan began to receive became more hostile. Anton LaVey was naturally disturbed that, even though the Satanic Bible had been widely available, misconceptions about Satanism persisted. Can't people read? Of course, I know the answer. There are just too many people making money off purposely not understanding. They're not fooling me. Anyone who is still yelling about Satan to bilk their followers is going to fall hard. That's not a threat, just the facts of life. That's one kind of crime that never pays. Number 1. There are no animal killings in satanic rituals. I've written it, I've said it, and I'll keep saying it. Voodoo and Santeria advocate animal sacrifice. Those are Christian Catholic sects, not Satanism. Maybe people are so stupid that they get confused with Santeria because many of the letters are the same and they both start with S. But I get tired of people's abject stupidity. LaVey made his statement on the matter on pages 88 to 89 of the Satanic Bible. The inhibitive and asinine absurdity and the need to kill an innocent creature at the high point of a ritual, as practiced by erstwhile wizards, is obviously their lesser of the evils when a discharge of energy is called for. These poor conscience-stricken fools who call themselves witches and warlocks would sooner chop the head off a goat or chicken in an attempt to harness its death agony than have the blasphemous bravery to masturbate in full view of the Jehovah whom they claim to deny. The only way these mystical cowards can ritualistically release themselves is through the agony of another's death. Actually their own by proxy, rather than the indulgent forces which produces life. The treaders of the path of white light are truly the cold and the dead. No wonder these tittering pustules of mystic wisdom must stand within protective circles and bind the evil forces in order to keep themselves safe from attack. One good orgasm would probably kill them. At the top of page 89, LaVey went on to say, under no circumstances would a Satanist sacrifice any animal or baby. He explained in the next paragraph. The purest form of carnal existence reposes in the bodies of animals and human children who have not grown old enough to deny themselves their natural desires. They can perceive things that the average adult human can never hope to. Therefore, the Satanist holds these beings in a sacred regard, knowing that he can learn much from these natural magicians of the world. If a reader picks up anything at all after reading my books, he won't immediately go out and start sacrificing cats, exclaimed LaVey. The satanic investigators who accuse Satanists of sacrificing animals, all the while licking their chops, are only projecting their own sick hostilities toward animals into bloody scenarios, supposedly perpetrated by the dark enemy somewhere out there. A battery of psychiatrists should investigate the claims of these survivors, breeders, ex-satanic high priests, and experts to find out where these sick fantasy needs come from. The truth is that, thanks to Satanism, there are a lot more kids who are imbued with a whole new ethos that strengthens them and focuses them far more effectively than Christianity ever could. If they learn anything from the Satanic Bible, they begin looking around at their parents, at their church, at their friends, at their school, with a totally new perspective. They may see injustices or irrationality they never saw before, or perhaps that they sensed were there, but they might not have felt the justification to articulate clearly. My books unleash these inklings that might have been there all along, but might have remained sublimated or dormant forever. LaVey was admittedly more ambiguous about adult human sacrifices in the Satanic Bible. He gave explicit instructions and several sections on choosing a suitable sacrifice. He seemed to feel taking human life would be not abhorrent, but simply redundant. There's no need for Satanists to perform human sacrifices. The devil takes what's due him, usually in mass. His required toll is the same as it's always been, maybe higher, figuring in the population increase. Catastrophes, explosions, floods, disasters, collisions at sea, airline crashes. These things are called acts of God, yet when someone is saved in some disaster, people raise up their hands and thank God. Isn't that a little confused? Does God make the disasters? Or does God save the people? Why does he kill all those other people and let that one person live? Weren't the other ones good enough? Or were they too good? I think it's interesting that so many of these disasters, with high numbers of lives lost, happen around Christmas time, or at sporting events, or during religious pilgrimages of some sort, wherever there's a high concentration of people. It would take a full course in magical polemics to go into the reasons why. The church was the biggest consumer industry of the Western world for centuries. They proposed birth control or any measures that would put the brakes on population control because they want more bodies to fill their monoliths. They need more money to fill their coffers. Good Christians keep railing against the devil. If they want to make money off of him without giving him his due, that's fine. But Satan extracts his price, one way or another. The point is that natural disasters would happen with or without the impossible population we have now. They've occurred since the earth was formed. Yet everyone wails over any great loss of precious human life. The loss of life wouldn't be as high if there weren't so many people. Nature, Satan, whatever you want to call that earthly force, has to find ways to balance things out. Even the recent increase of mass murders serves to decrease the population, even on an elemental, small scale. It's not significant, only a gesture. Another misconception that Church of Satan administrators often face is the idea of selling your soul. Again, even after Anton LaVey clearly states the whys and wherefores of satanic pacts in his book, that they were devised by the Catholic Church as a threat to keep people in line, the idea persists. I've never had a need for an actual pact myself. My satanic allegiance was decided long ago. In a way, a pact can be a very productive, liberating psychological device, especially for those Satanists who come out of a rather strict Christian upbringing. It's literally putting yourself on the line, standing up to be counted, and in the most frightening way a Christian could think of. They really think they have a soul to bargain with. If you wish to make a pact, you should do it with all the full moon pomp and ceremony you can muster. When you're faced with that decision, with that piece of paper in front of you, declaring your allegiance to Satan for all eternity, renouncing God, Jesus Christ, heaven, and redemption, you may find suddenly that you don't want to go through with it. That's good. You should find out. If you do want to align yourself with those forces completely, and you know there's no turning back, you know you can pursue the delights of the flesh without repression. You're damned. You're evil. You're lost. You're the devil's spawn. You're going to hell. So you might as well enjoy it without regrets or guilt. Taking drugs is another issue the public seems to wrongly associate with modern diabolical rites. In his description for the purpose of the ninth Enochian key, LaVey states that it warned of the use of substances, devices, or pharmaceuticals which might lead to the delusion and subsequent enslavement of the master. Contrary to religious propaganda, drugs are not part of satanic ceremonies or lifestyles because, LaVey claims, Satanists want to heighten their senses, not dull them. We resist mindlessness of any kind. Again, drugs, like television, are fine for other people. The more enslaved they are, the easier it is for us, as long as they stay out of our way. Whether it's through religiously imposed ignorance, spectator sports, crack, pot, coke, heroin, or the consumer insecurities imposed by the almighty tube, it's fine with us as long as it keeps the sheep more docile and easily contained. That doesn't mean we have to subject ourselves to it. Military generals don't step out on the missile range and volunteer as targets for the latest prototype weapons. A myth encouraged by Christians and those who call themselves white witches, pagans, New Agers, those of the right-hand path, is the idea that Satanism is too dangerous to mess with. LaVey snorts derisively at this kind of comment. It's not dangerous in the way they'd have people believe. We don't kidnap people, lock them in a dungeon somewhere, drug them, rape them, and torture them until they dedicate themselves to the Dark Prince. They shouldn't flatter themselves. It's their fantasies getting the best of them again. But Satanism most certainly is dangerous to those who don't understand its principles. It has been said that the danger of the right-hand path is one of repression and enforced ignorance, while the danger of the left-hand path is one of too much enlightenment or perspective. I'd say that's true. Most people don't really want the truth. They'd rather view the world through a protective film of unreality. Satanic magic might offer too much power. If you throw a curse at someone, for example, then are stricken with guilt when your victim meets a tragic and sudden death, their demise has only caused you more pain, not less. You must purge yourself completely of residual Christian guilt. Or if you cast a compassion ritual for someone close to you, then through their success, which you have magically initiated for them, you lose out on something very important to you. You'd better reconsider your magical tactics. It's also dangerous for people who take part of the philosophy and try to ignore the rest, adopt the liberation without taking responsibility, or using Satan's tools to gain material wealth, then not giving homage to the devil in some way, and some dank subterranean grotto somewhere. Some of the most powerful men and women in history have freely given that homage, where no one would ever suspect, let alone discover. And their wealth and happiness increased beyond reckoning. But you have to take responsibility for your actions. As has been said, nobody rides for free. At a final point, LaVey described one of the goals of Satanism: to smash the stranglehold of organized religion. To understand what I'm trying to do with the Church of Satan, declared LaVey, You have to completely throw off the shackles of what a church is supposed to be. Collection plates, mandatory attendance, and various meaningless rituals and activities were created to make money off you and keep you in line. I wrote the Satanic Bible to free you from the constraints of organized religion. It seems people can't get the idea. Like the bird sitting dumbly in his cage once the doors are thrown open. They don't know how to react. People want everything dogmatically legislated and centralized. It's hard for even the most dedicated people to grasp. You don't have to move to San Francisco, New York, London, or anywhere else to be a Satanist. There's no need to go to the church, wherever you are told that might be. That's like going to the mafia. Please send me the address of the mafia building. I want to go there and join. You don't have to get together with others to be a Satanist. Even though group rituals are described in my books, it isn't necessary to have a nude altar and all the other participants at every ceremony. What I'm trying to dispel is the need for someone official, who's in touch with God or Satan to ordain you, baptize you, or forgive you for your sins. As a Satanist, you are your own redeemer, your own God. That's the whole idea. In my books, I do encourage people to get together and celebrate their dedication. I did, and I certainly wouldn't begrudge other people the opportunity. It's an overwhelming, energizing, incredibly productive experience with the right people. But by the mid-70s, I realized Satanism was far too big to contain within the walls of ritual chambers or even 50 or 100 people. We needed auditoriums, stadiums to contain the amount of people who wanted to profoundly thrust up their hands in the sign of the horns and glorify Satan. By disbanding the strictly regulated grotto system, which showed signs of degenerating into little more than a Satan fan club, we created fertile ground for black metal concerts to develop as a religious experience. The Church of Satan remains an organization for non-joiners. We are a highly selective, underground cabal. We get together, a la 7 Footprints to Satan or the Black Cat, from various corners of the globe for our council meetings or Sabbaths, wherever they may be held. Membership in the Church of Satan is coveted and shows support, knowledge, and acknowledgement of the real thing, lending credence to anyone fortunate enough to carry one of our red cards. But Satanism is, for better or worse, fast becoming a mass movement, a rallying cry. Now that the auditoriums are full, the trappings and images are established, Satanists are initiating new musical experiences, designing true satanic rallies, using music and techniques aimed at heightening awareness and deprogramming minds rather than dulling them. Others are fulfilling a need within young people, a forum to exercise, or exorcise, their hostility and anger. The stage is set. The rallies have begun. According to LaVey, there is no difference between white and black magic. New Agers have freely drawn upon all manner of satanic material, adapting it to their own hypocritical purposes. Their pretentious self-righteousness denies awareness of the parallels between their white light guidelines and contemporary Satanism's strict adherence to natural law. All magic is the realm of the devil, no matter how righteously you dress it up. On this, we agree with fundamentalist Christians. The claims that black magic is only for destruction and white for healing is bunk. Satanic magic is used to invoke the powers of justice. It can be used to help yourself or one you care about just as easily as it would be used to curse someone. Even when a Satanist throws a curse, it either cures or kills. It can, if the offending party is in any way capable of change, be the catalyst for positive results. But, in truth, all New Age labeling is, again, trying to play the devil's game without taking his infernal name. If you can read through the bullshit, you can reclaim the devil's tools for your own. The scores of books lining the shelves of New Age bookstores offer instructions for guided meditations, creative visualizations, out-of-body experiences, getting in touch with your spirit guides, and fortune-telling by cards, crystal balls, or the stars. What if Satanists reclaimed these for their own dark purposes and integrated them into rituals dedicated to the devil, where they rightfully belong? Instead of quartz crystals, they might use obsidian spheres. Some swear obsidian has a supernatural ability to capture light and images from the past and the future, and that only the darkest soul can summon forth its secrets. What of the angled crystals that John D. Lovecraft and LaVey found so fascinating? Pentagons and trapezohedrons? What wickedness might they unleash, wielded as a passageway from the underworld? Anton LaVey always adopted a balance of practical action and a disciplined mind, adding in a few occult convincers for those you wish to enchant, intimidate, or dominate. Nothing clears the head of hazy mysticism faster than the serious study of logic, rhetoric, theoretical mathematics, and hard sciences. Your mind may bend into pretzels, but you'll be able to concentrate and evaluate more clearly because of it. The Satanic Bible goes into great detail on rituals, how to perform them, and what implements to use. Frequency is left to the magician's discretion. A witch or warlock might want to establish a comfortable routine of weekly rituals, doing one every Friday night, as LaVey did when his organization held open services. A monthly schedule could coincide with the full moon or the dark of the moon, whichever you find more resonant. Others might reserve their activities only for satanic holidays. Most Satanists like to celebrate Walpurgisnacht, April 30th, as the supreme holiday, since it was on that night LaVey founded the Church of Satan. Many celebrate the summer and winter solstices and the autumn and spring equinoxes, which mark the highest points of each of the 4 seasons. Birthdays are important, and most observe LaVey's birthday, April 11th, as well as their own, and others as close to them. Halloween is acknowledged as a holiday, though it isn't given the importance many believe and expect. Satanists celebrate New Year's Eve in the same manner as others, except the years are generally identified by their satanic year designation, Anno Satanas, marking the year since the establishment of the church. 1966 equals 1, 1989 equals XXIV, 1990 XXV, etc. The year changes on New Year's Day, not Walpurgisnacht. LaVey also encouraged performing spontaneous rituals to suit whatever emotion or need arises. He offered little dogma, demanding quality rather than a strict schedule of religious observance. The ceremonies compiled in the satanic rituals are, again, meant to be a springboard for creative magicians to alter as needed, accommodating one or several people, as long as the main thrust of each ritual remains intact. If you choose to use the original languages, French, Russian, Latin, German, or Enochian, don't worry much about pronouncing the words. Focus on what the words mean. Foreign dictionaries are helpful, and many books on Enochian are now available. At time of his original writing, LaVey was warned not to print the Enochian calls for fear that they would unleash ravaging satanic forces upon the earth. Now, several New Age writers are covering the system of Enochian magic. Since the words are written out phonetically, you should concentrate on what the words mean first and foremost. Say the words with expression and conviction. If you have nothing in particular you want to perform a ritual for, it's perfectly understandable you may feel a strong need to ritualize, but don't actually know why. If that's the case, develop your own kind of dedication ritual to renew and reaffirm your strength and alignment. Open the ritual as instructed, then instead of reading one of the 3 suggested invocations, speak your mind freely. And speaking directly to Satan himself, you may discover what is in your subconscious that you can't bring quite to the surface. Express appreciation for the direction you have received from the Dark Lord, and ask that he continue to guide you to further increase your earthly power. You might want to write out part of your dedication ahead of time to spur your thoughts once you're in the chamber. Ask him to bestow ever-increasing wisdom and perspective so you can carry out your dark will on the earth. Instruct the demons you name to manifest themselves to you by increasing your earthly pleasures. Most importantly, use the ritual to revel in your freedom and indulgence, and to celebrate your will. LaVey isn't very encouraging to those who want complicated instructions for spells and charms. I'm not going to tell you that you must pick Queen Anne's lace at 3 a.m. during the dark of the moon, boil it with a lock of your would-be lover's hair, snipped from his head, while reciting the Lord's Prayer backwards. My techniques are much more sensible. Start small. Cut off the noise. Turn off the television. Turn off the radio. Sit in a silent, dark room all alone for a while. Stare into a single black candle and listen to your own breathing. Sensitize yourself. That's magical rule number 1 in a world that is working to desensitize everyone. Not just on satanic holidays or during time you set aside for ritualizing. Practice brief rituals throughout the day and night. Use emotionally charged events as magical workings. Wherever others' emotions are running high, use their energy as a ritual for your own success. Rock concerts are a perfect example. Use them. Be aware when you're practicing lesser magic. Bring your everyday habits and actions to your consciousness. You're building a stronger, more productive life for yourself. Keep yourself constantly aware of instructional coincidences, open to the demons who will whisper in your ear. An old meaning of demon used to be closer to muse, a guiding, inspirational spirit. You will get guiding signs if you only make yourself sensitive to them. The most important thing to remember is that satanic magic isn't just thinking and ritualizing. It requires action, not just sterile, effete mental masturbation, collecting and memorizing occult material. Find something you can do well, to express yourself and to gain ego gratification from others' praise and / or envy. Painting, writing, photography, auto mechanics, dancing, music, woodworking, electrical engineering, computer hacking. The list is endless. Something that you like enough to do well. A quantifiable skill can be your bastion against criticism. When people put you down for your unorthodox beliefs, you have to take the secret attitude of, yeah, well, I know something you don't know. In essence, I can do something you can't. The second sin of Satanism is pretentiousness. If you're strutting around like a high priest and you can't do anything, that's pretentiousness. Satanists have always been understated about what they can do. Actions speak louder than words. You've got quite a legacy of satanic writers, composers, musicians, artists, military leaders, political provocateurs, film producers, and directors who have made their own pacts. Learning about those legendary monsters of history can provide severe standards for you to measure yourself against. They've proven themselves to have cunning, wit, and courage beyond the best of their time. We must be disciplined and ruthless in our self-evaluation. It is presumptuous to appoint yourself a master when you cannot submit yourself to simple tests and menial tasks. I'm not amused by someone who wants to be a priest and can't even take out the garbage or wash the car. Somerset Maugham said, "It's no compliment to call someone above average when one considers the average. Just because the rest of the world becomes lazy, it doesn't mean we, as the satanic elite, must follow suit. Our standards, Satan's standards, remain consistently high. Overblown modesty and humility can be a convenient excuse to employ one's ineptitude to avoid responsibility. One of actor Clifton Webb's finest retorts, in Sitting Pretty, followed someone's praise of another's great modesty. Madam, he has a great deal to be modest about." LaVey never pressured all Satanists to reveal their affiliation, but rather cautioned them to evaluate their best interests first. Always carefully weigh the advantages against the disadvantages of declaring your satanic views to friends, family, and co-workers. In certain situations, in a job situation, a marriage, or the threat of parental overreaction, discretion may be the better part of valor. As has been said, it is very unsatanic to openly declare your feelings when it will harm your well-being, psychological, financial, or otherwise. On the plus side, there's the power of being a declared Satanist. The fact that others who are interested in the subject or practicing Satanists themselves will come to you, plus the glory of being the local witch or warlock. Satanism doesn't demand martyrdom to the cause. That's why Church of Satan members have always been assured anonymity. That's why we remain, as successful Satanists have for centuries, a productive cabal, not a Satan fan club. We are mysterious. We do meet in secret. Only a few of us at a time, because that is what is most productive with people whose positions in the community or in business would be threatened by public disclosure. You could still make your affiliation known to a carefully chosen few. Be successful in the world first. Then drop a few hints at carefully chosen moments. Let people wonder and marvel and talk about you. As I've already written, keeping secrets and passing along secrets to a select few only increases your own magical and actual power by maintaining an air of enigma and mystery about you. As the fabled year 1984 approached, LaVey continued to fill the cloven hoof, now pared down to a single goldenrod sheet released every 2 months, with pithy observations. In the January-February 1982 issue, the High Priestess was lobbying for levity. We are living in the most humorless period of history, with all kinds of excuses and reasons for morbidity. There are brighter colors than before, more games to play, more skills to learn, yet all with such goddamned intensity and seriousness. The sound of the electronic amusement arcade has replaced the laughter, and we have become our own robots. The size of the humor sections in today's bookstores is about the same size as that of the occult. A sad commentary on one, if not the other. The March-April 1982 issue contained this little gem. Whenever someone, after getting to know me slightly, proclaims redemptively, "You're not really a Satanist," I react accordingly. First of all, the statement indicates the close-minded superstitiousness of the speaker, who prefers his cherished misconceptions to a rational enlightenment. Secondly, it indicates an insidious form of patronage, best described as convenient acceptance. I am at once cued to the speaker's fears of what he thinks I am not, and to his eagerness to dismiss my beliefs and principles as ill-defined. I redefined Satanism from a Satanist's viewpoint because it was historically imperative to do so. When some idiot comes along and announces that I'm not a real Satanist, or that the Church of Satan is not a body of real Satanists, he is practically begging for atrocious proof that we are. Sort of like a masochist handing someone a whip, bending over and saying, "Bet you couldn't think of anything to do with that thing in your hand." The high priest seemed to have some prescience of the coming storm, and urged Satanists to fearlessly man the battlements. As LaVey stated in the May-June 1982 issue of The Cloven Hoof, never have Satanists been needed as they are now, in a world turned rancid with its false goodness and excess of piety. All around us we see the wretched tastelessness of evangelical bombast. We tactfully proceed amidst wave upon wave of shoddy God-mongering. We wonder at the mass mindlessness which allows, nay, accepts, and actually encourages the driveling nonsense around us. The death agonies of Christendom have produced a stench of unreason. How refreshing that there are actually admitted Satanists in the world. I have written of means by which we can deal with religious nuts in the past. That was when it wasn't fashionable to be a religious nut. Now, it seems, there are two basic kinds of people, religiously speaking: those who are and those who aren't. Those who are insufferable. The ones who aren't feel lost and helpless, not because of lack of faith in God, but because of the discouraging task of dealing with mindlessness. The godly are being given enough rope. The plan is to weed out the unfit by encouragement of mindless Christianity. With or without realizing it, evangelists have been used as bait, so the spineless numbskulls of the world might be contained. Millions of zombies have already taken a highly visible position. I say to you, don't be intimidated by zombies or make a single concession to those who are. Don't lace your speech with acceptable tributes to dying gods. Take a stronger and bolder stand than before. You won't blow as many minds by proclaiming yourself a Satanist now, because most minds are long blown. You will annihilate entire psyches and crush vapid identities. You'll short the circuit boards of already obsolete robots. And you'll stand tall and proud and truly heroic to the oppressed who still live, wherever they might be, and who have felt persecution because they still think. And that horrible word, that blasphemous name of Satan, will be recognized as a synonym for freedom. LaVey's writings reveal his continued commitment to Satanism and the church he founded, but personal changes loomed. 1984 was indeed destined to be a year of grand upheaval for Anton. His mother, Gertrude Augusta, who had suffered several years of descent into dementia, cared for by her adoring husband, died. Diane, who had been with LaVey through the beginnings of the church and all the trials and pleasures that brought, decided to move out on Walpurgisnacht, 1984. It is not for me to speculate on why Diane left. I only met her a handful of times in constrained circumstances. We never spoke freely. She claimed abuse and waged a legal onslaught against LaVey that lasted for 8 years. Diane was certainly articulate in her understanding and defense of Satanism when she was at LaVey's side. She wrote many of the National Insider advice columns, and at least 2 articles in the Cloven Hoof. The first one immediately following the Jim Jones's People's Temple massacre in 1978, in which she wrote, "It occurred to me that the same basic personality traits, which I feel make my husband a fine parent, also make him an effective and noble leader." She goes on glowingly about LaVey's creativity and generosity. I cannot presume to know my heart. I can only say that, from all outward appearances, Diane manifested a deep and abiding anger toward LaVey from 1984 on, and wanted to see him evicted from his beloved black house, a beggar on the sidewalk, surrounded by piles of the precious collections he acquired over his lifetime. For 8 years, she did her level best to exact her vengeance. Diane, as Diana Hall, went on to gain an admirable reputation as a respected and sought-after graphologist, court-qualified to give expert testimony on questioned documents in civil and criminal cases. She had been a member of the Graphological Society of San Francisco for over 25 years, chairperson for at least 10 years, teaching advanced classes for the International School of Handwriting Sciences. She commands fees of $125 to $250 an hour, available for readings at birthday parties, showers, reunions, bar/bat mitzvahs, and corporate events, according to partypop.com. Some of Diane's clients say she is positively psychic in her readings, perhaps informed by the cold reading and mental magic techniques she learned with Anton. Though I have seen no public statements from her regarding her time with the high priest or the foundational days of the church, I could see she has tried to be a stabilizing influence and primary provider for her troubled grandson. I'm sure her reasons for leaving in 1984 were complicated. I question her claims of abuse. I lived with LaVey for 13 years and was never abused. I've known abusive people and know that abusive behavior is a habit and not easily abandoned. He would have reverted to those habits with me when our arguments grew heated, as they sometimes did. Some people meet frustration with fits of physical violence. This was not LaVey's character. But I do know relationships disintegrate. Diane was a girl when she met LaVey. Perhaps she wanted to explore other possibilities as she matured. But the work involved in the church didn't allow her that time. Perhaps she was influenced or used by people who harbored their own agendas against LaVey and Satanism. Maybe Diane was so blinded by personal conflict and needed for vengeance that she didn't see any future for the high priest or his church. Or maybe she did see what was coming. The LaVey's suit against Lawrence Pastor, Chapter 6, and the pre-panic rumblings from the televangelists were mere opening volleys in the upcoming battle. Diane probably had no desire to relive the horrors of the attacks from the 1970s. I only know I admired them from afar as a couple when I originally joined the church in 1976, but grew to hate Diane's vitriol and attacks during the majority of my time with Anton. In Diabolical Balance, I first met Anton LaVey, having admired him since I was 12 years old, on a fog-shrouded San Francisco night, the very evening after Diane left. I was visiting the city and wanted to shake his hand and thank him for the philosophy that had inspired and strengthened me throughout my teens. Having graduated from college the previous year, inducted into Phi Beta Kappa on LaVey's birthday, I was indulging in some time away from academics to figure out my next move toward a career. Here I was, climbing the very steps of the legendary Black House I had seen, and so many photographs that it had seeped into my dreams. And there to welcome me, LaVey stood in the doorway, tall and smiling. He could have been egotistical, posturing, vain, terribly invested in his magnificence as the high priest of the Church of Satan. I would have accepted that, thanked him sincerely, and never seen him again. Instead, I met a man who was charming, talented, self-effacing, and terribly funny. We spent the evening wrapped in music, as I had only heard it in my head before, sharing ideas and stories. As a practiced satanic magician, LaVey created an almost ectoplasmic vortex of sinister possibility and intoxicating, unexplored vistas around him. Being in his presence created a confusing flux, a suspension of time, beyond any waypoints of consistent reality. The next night we met again, kissing in the blazing sunset above the cliff house, and I knew I could never leave him. We spoke often over the phone. Anton sent me a letter stating I would soon move to the Bay Area, which I certainly wanted but had no idea of doing at the time, and become part of his life there. Soon after that, my college roommate said she was going to rent a house in the East Bay, asking if I'd be at all interested in renting one of the rooms. By September, I was settling into my new digs in Orinda. I began to work in the office at the Church of Satan, falling into the midnight rhythms of life in the Black House. I was honored to be able to give back something to the organization that had guided my life, and all thoughts of grad school or other work shifted to the back burner. There were general information requests to fill, along with orders for books, amulets, records, and altar plaques. I quickly became LaVey's Girl Friday, fielding interview requests, handling personal correspondence, and arranging meetings with private clients. Articles are already emerging about ritualistic child abuse and teen murders. The police were trying to connect with satanic influences. Anton LaVey continued to codify his philosophy and direct it towards those few who could understand it. He especially appreciated young people who had become interested in Satanism through gateway drugs like heavy metal music, Dungeons and Dragons, and native youthful disdain of authority, as Anton knew that they would form the future of Satanism. Contrary to claims that Satanists especially delight in initiating children into their vile ceremonies, LaVey didn't encourage children to participate in group rituals until they had achieved an age in which they could understand them. It's very unmagical and distracting for the adults who have to tend them during the ceremony. Children are baptized at an age when they can be exposed to the ritual aspects, be fascinated, and appreciate it. This doesn't mean satanic parents should refrain from teaching their children satanic attitudes as they grow up, though. Other religions have every right to mercilessly indoctrinate children into any fables they wish. Yet, admitted Satanists have to walk such a tightrope regarding children. We should have the same right to free children's minds as other religions have to stifle them. When satanic children reach the age of maturity, they may go through a confirmation of sorts, if they so choose, but aren't generally encouraged to participate in rituals until they understand exactly what Satanism is and feel ready to enjoy the pomp and pageant for what it is. Anton wanted to encourage satanic young minds during the madness of the 1980s. And, with his input, I gave them special notice in the Church of Satan. A note to teenage readers who have encountered special problems trying to practice satanic magic on their own. You should be aware that there's an entire industry now trying to scare adults into thinking Satanism is death, destruction, drugs, sexual perversions, pornography, etc., as a last-ditch effort to save Christianity. Interested parties are trying to brainwash adults into thinking Satanism is a threat to their children and will inevitably lead them to getting killed, dealing and taking drugs, and ultimately committing suicide. One of parents' greatest fears is that they've raised their children wrong, made them vulnerable, that they aren't doing their job as parents by protecting them from the evils of the world. Religious parasites who spread satanophobia are making a living playing off that natural fear, and both children and their parents are suffering because of it. Once again, the ninth satanic statement proves truer than ever. Even the best relationships are threatened by such fears. Your parents might become seemingly very irrational about the subject. They might search your room without permission, give you a third degree every time you leave the house. All fairly normal, unfortunately, for even the most trusting parents when their child starts growing up and establishing a life away from home. You are especially suspect if you listen to heavy metal music, wear strange hairstyles, clothes or jewelry, play D&D, read books on the occult and Satanism, have unusual pets, or even listen to too much classical music. No matter how rational and reasonable you try to be in explaining why you're interested in Satanism, that it's a very life-enhancing, productive philosophy for you, that it makes you stronger in mind and body rather than weaker, they probably won't be able to overcome the decades of brainwashing they got from magazines, books, and concerned TV spectaculars. Especially ironic because they're accusing Satanism of brainwashing you. The truth is that many highly intelligent young people find Satanism an attractive alternative philosophy because it gives them a forum to make their natural feelings of alienation work for them productively, rather than becoming more and more withdrawn, insecure, depressed, alienated, the true road to feelings of suicide and desperation. In this way, Satanism gives bright kids, gifted kids, talented kids, a way to flaunt their extra abilities rather than be embarrassed and consumed by them. But expect a negative reaction from most parents and others in authority. If you choose to practice lesser magic with them, you can gauge your conversations on the matter accordingly. In all ways, Satanists deal exclusively with dark, unexplored realms. They speak the unspeakable, challenge the indisputable, and refuse to bow down before established icons. Don't confine your magical exploration to the pages of occult books. Live, experience, act, achieve. Apply the principles in the Satanic Bible and the Satanic rituals without compromise. Anton LaVey wrote these as textbooks, compilations of iconoclastic thought and practices from our murky beginnings, distilled into 2 compact volumes. The wise and successful witch or warlock will use them as a starting point, ultimately returning to them again and again. Chapter 6. Satanic Panic. Don't expect to have much time to say anything, the high priest cautioned. As long as you make it clear we don't harm children or sacrifice animals, and tell people to read the Satanic Bible, you've done your job. It was late 1985, and we were heading to the airport for my first interview representing Satanism. I was scheduled to be a guest on Nightline with Ted Koppel, Opposite Dr. James Dobson, head of Focus of the Family, one of the many Christian groups advocating that we believe the children who are making wild accusations of satanic ritual abuse in the McMartin preschool case at Manhattan Beach, California, which was quickly becoming the core of similar cases emerging nationwide. I was a bit intimidated. The show was flying me to Los Angeles, where I would stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and Anton LaVey was riding with me to the airport to give me some last-minute pointers. Just be poised, speak slowly, and be yourself. As an actual Satanist who is in the best position to know what we really do, you are gold. They know they are lucky to get you. LaVey had been representing his minority philosophy for some 20 years already, so I was encouraged by his assurance and wisdom. I was politely received on the Nightline show, quickly said what I needed to say, while Mr. Copel calmly listened to both of his guests. Unfortunately, that was to be the exception rather than the rule over the next few years. The daytime talk show market was glutted. Phil Donahue, Oprah Winfrey, Sally Jesse Raphael, Geraldo, and a handful of smaller shows that all had to find relevant topics to cover every day. The genre hadn't yet degenerated to the hair-pulling circus Jerry Springer created. These chat shows were gravely respected and regarded as authorities in bringing serious concerns to the American public. There were, at the same time, several evening news programs that needed titillating subjects to keep people awake, all competing for advertisers and viewer numbers. So when Geraldo Rivera said, in 1988, on one of the most watched evening primetime specials of all time, estimates are that there are over 1 million Satanists in this country. The majority of them are linked in a highly organized, very secretive network. From small towns to large cities, they have attracted police and FBI attention to their satanic sexual child abuse, child pornography, and grisly satanic murders. People in America listened, mesmerized, and they believed. In my memory, the Satanic Panic really kicked off with an evening 2020 show, broadcast in December of 1984, about 3 months after I started working at the Black House. It covered the McMartin preschool case, with faces shaded in half-darkness, dramatic testimonies from the children describing sacrifices and being involved in pornography. The film techniques and entire tone of the show were so heavy-handed and one-sided that viewing it today, it looks like a laughable Saturday Night Live parody. But it was meant to be taken with deadly seriousness. As the McMartin accusations wore on, they became more outlandish. It eventually became the most expensive case in California history. On the basis of taped interviews with pupils, 7 adults were indicted on 208 counts of felony child molestation, oral copulation, and sodomy. Accusations of satanic rituals at the school, with robed adults chanting and sacrificing animals, were solemnly entered into evidence. Some children claimed they had their faces smeared with feces, blood, and urine, and that they had seen babies cooked and eaten. Others said they'd been forced to perform in kiddie porn movies. Investigators found toy rabbit ears, a cape and a handle that prosecutor Lael Rubin said proved the satanic aspect of the case, but that's the most damning evidence they found. The children's testimony became more bizarre, with children saying they were flown to different cities during the time they were in daycare to attend rituals. One said they'd been put naked into a cage with a lion, and another identified Chuck Norris as one of his molesters. When asked where these things took place, the children said there was a complex system of tunnels under the preschool where the sacrifices and other activities happened. Residents of Manhattan Beach were perplexed when backhoes and heavy machinery were brought in to dig up the area of the preschool, but no such tunnels were found. Eerily similar accusations began to emerge at other daycare centers and schools across the country and in Great Britain as well. A follow-up 2020 show, more directly attacking Satanism, was entitled The Devil Worshippers, and aired on May 16, 1985. This news piece specifically focused on Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan, linking us to accusations put forward by children across the nation, describing stabbing people or being forced into coffins with decomposed bodies as part of satanic rituals. Hearts were cut out and children were made to chew them, along with consuming human feces and urine. Cremation was proposed as the explanation for why the bodies couldn't be found. Dale Griffiths, Lawrence Pastor, and Sandy Gallant were presented as experts. Though some meager distinction was attempted to differentiate the Church of Satan, representing religious Satanists, from other criminal satanic activities, the subtleties were largely lost on an audience already primed to see any Satanism as threatening and dangerous. Millions of Americans were beginning to look at their children, spouses, teachers, and co-workers with an eye toward discerning whether they were secretly baby-killing, feces-smearing, baby-breeding, blood-drinking Satanists. These battles didn't start with the McMartin preschool case. Accusations of secret satanic cults performing unholy rites go back many centuries. See Chapter 2. But the more recent manifestations began in the 1970s when rumblings about bloody cattle mutilations were first blamed on UFOs, then on Satanists. For further reading on this topic, see Mute Evidence by Daniel Kagan, 1984. Then emerged the book that pointed a finger directly at the Church of Satan, Michelle Remembers, by Michelle Smith and her psychotherapist, the above-mentioned expert, Lawrence Pastor. Published in 1980, this is a memoir of Miss Smith's repressed horrors involving her forced involvement in cult activities as a child. Under hypnosis, she recalls physical and sexual abuse, reptile rape, crucified babies and animal sacrifices, blood drinking, grave robbing, and even claims she had horns and a tail surgically attached to her body. The book was wildly popular, establishing the framework for most satanic ritual abuse, a term coined by Pastor. Accusations throughout the 1980s, with Pastor and Smith making the rounds of talk shows and print interviews. From the archives of the Church of Satan, High Priestess Peggy Najamia discovered material on the legal case presented in 1981 by Anton LaVey, which claimed the book was defamatory and libelous, as it had used the exact and specific name of his organization throughout the book as the source of this depraved criminal activity. LaVey presented a mini-history of his organization, as well as laudable defense of its principles in his affidavit. In 1966, I formed the Church of Satan and incorporated it under the laws of the state of California in 1971. This was the culmination of a lifelong interest in the metaphysical, the supranormal, the occult. My past vocations, beginning in my late teens as a circus wild animal trainer and musician, proceeding as police photographer, clinical hypnotist, researcher and investigator of the paranormal, film and literary consultant of the latter, have all been pursuant to my present role. These vocations offered a unique opportunity to experience the unusual and romantic, sobered by day-to-day reality. Basically, we believe in rational self-interest by ritual which glorifies the human spirit and directs the psyche toward constructive end. Prior to 1966, there was no religion which fulfilled the particular needs served by the Church of Satan. There was no Church of Satan, de facto or actual. Historical references to Satanism have little bearing on contemporary Satanism of the Church of Satan, as they were invented and perpetuated by traditional religionists of the period for self-serving ends. I created the name Church of Satan for its appropriateness and, admittedly, its dramatic effect. Semantically, Satan is the opposite, adverse. We are opposed to what we regard as outdated, oppressive mores. We live for the present instead of the hereafter. We encourage individual expression and fulfillment, providing it does not infringe upon the rights of others. We fulfill the dictionary requirement for a church. We are a religious body. My own works, the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals, as well as an incalculable number of other scholastic and popular books, have made the beliefs and practices of the Church of Satan a matter of public record. The Satanic Bible is considered a standard by its publisher, Avon Books. The Satanic Rituals is a companion book to the Bible, which offers 11 different satanic rituals and ceremonies from all over the world. Our royalty statements indicate a wide Canadian distribution of both books. My name as founder and head of the Church of Satan is known through a vast variety of magazines and newspapers worldwide, and in connection with community functions. Further, I have assisted numerous police departments and state and federal agencies in criminal investigation proceedings. I find it inconceivable that any expert in the field of occult or religion would have been ignorant of my existence relative to the Church of Satan. Such acknowledged experts as Marcella Truzzi, Michael Harner, Edward J. Moody, Randall Alfred, John A. Farrow, Clara Livesley, Father John Nicola, Alec Howell, Francis King, Colin Wilson, are known to practically anyone interested in the related subjects of religion, anthropology, sociology, psychology, and the occult, and have a good understanding of what the Church of Satan and I represent. Through my own writings and interviews, as well as through other media, I have made it clear that practices such as those portrayed in the book Michelle Remembers are antithetical to the Church of Satan. Nothing is more repugnant to me, nor more dichotomous to the satanic philosophy than the abuse of animals and children. These innocent creatures are in fact revered by the Church of Satan for their innate purity of spirit and lack of hypocrisy. For us to harm a child or animal, physically, emotionally, or mentally, is unthinkable. The heinous acts attributed to the Church of Satan by Michelle Remembers are profoundly misleading and damaging to the Church of Satan, my wife Diane, and myself as its leader. We feel defamed, and we feel we have all been put in a false light. It is clear that, through this affidavit and legal challenge, Anton LaVey was attempting to stem the tide of the coming panic. The court found that a Church of Satan, by openly declaring alliance with the vile Prince of Darkness, cannot hope to seek protection from defamation. Anton LaVey, by his own admission, a famous figure, is libel-proof. But subsequent printings of the book did omit the name Church of Satan in most instances. Michelle's mother had died by the time the book came out, but was, by all accounts, a typical, caring suburban mom. Michelle's father said his daughter had serious psychological issues, denied everything, and sued the publishers. Many people reading the book in your hands who weren't born yet or were too young to know what was happening may not understand how extensive the satanic panic was. It wasn't just a few isolated books. It was nationally pervasive, running roughly from 1984 to 1992. Accusations and investigations were largely confined to America, but there are some concurrent anti-satanic hysterics in many European countries as well, especially Scandinavia. State legislators in Pennsylvania and Washington state actually introduced a proposed law against the practice of Satanism in 1989. That's pretty sobering. It would have made Satanism a legally recognized religion since 1966, illegal in those two states, and any other states that chose to follow their fine example. Of course, a lot of wacky legislation is regularly introduced and usually doesn't go far, as this one didn't. But it shows that some people were taking satanic criminal conspiracy as a serious threat to our security. Police were looking for evidence of an international criminal satanic conspiracy that regularly practiced human and animal sacrifices as part of their sacraments, as well as child pornography, child molestation, and rape as a way of producing more babies to kill in their unholy rites. Task forces were created in most cities in the nation. Their sole purpose was addressing the satanic problem in America. It wasn't just cops for Christs who were creating this fear through their seminars, paid for by various cities so their investigators would be armed for this new diabolical threat, or the daily talk show saturation keeping the panic at a fever pitch. Psychotherapists and counselors were beginning to hear stories of recovered memories of unspeakable acts from their patients, and child psychologists counseling children talking about their parents raping them and involving them in unholy rites. These confessions were eventually shown to either be coached or derivative by people aching for attention, but they were absolute gospel at the time. I hadn't been working directly with the church for very long, so when confronted with the pervasive hysteria, my parents were understandably nervous. Despite my assurances that I wasn't on drugs, that my senses and will were fully under my power, my mom admitted many years later that she had gone so far as to contact a deprogrammer, yet another cottage industry from the 1970s occult abduction days, to find out about kidnapping me and doing some serious Christian exorcism and intervention. This from the woman who took pride in reminding me. She wrote out the check for me to originally join the Church of Satan at age 14. She had no love for organized religion, but considered herself a Christian and had to be afraid I was being abused or manipulated in some way. Reason prevailed, and she didn't follow through. On another front, a friend of mine I valued a great deal, my college roommate, who I would hope knew me better than most, had become a family therapist in Oregon. She wrote and said that she understood I was saying that our church didn't hurt people, but that she was getting patients coming in with these startling, chilling stories that were absolutely true. Perhaps I didn't know what was really going on, or perhaps I was protecting the wrong people. I tried to enlighten her, but our correspondence faded. My Christian cousin was praying for me, sent me a copy of He Came to Set the Captives Free by Dr. Rebecca Brown, and offered her home as a safe house where no one would find me if I ever wanted to escape. My Mormon relatives never preached intrusively to me about Christianity once they learned I was a Satanist, but my evangelical Christian cousin felt obliged to try to save me. I love her and have a good relationship with her, as I know. She sincerely felt my soul was in peril. Here is an example of the absurdity my cousin was steeped in at the time, so I can understand her being frightened for me. Like lambs to the slaughter, Joanna Michelson. But where are the bodies of the sacrificed infants and children that the preschoolers and other victims talk about? According to detectives, police officers, ex-cult members, and the victims, there are any number of ways to dispose of a body. The children have described crematoriums where the bodies were incinerated. Some children have spoken of portable crematoriums. Infant bone matter is soft and very easily disposed of. The bodies can be ground up and put down industrial garbage disposals, such as those in restaurants. Some have been thrown into acid pits or down abandoned mine shafts, caves, and wells. Many have been taken out to sea and fed to the fish. Some have been cannibalized or thrown to hungry dogs or to wild animals. No one has yet found Jimmy Hoffa either, but who seriously questions his murder? From Satanism, the Seduction of America's Youth, from Bob Larson. Satanists feel no gladness in the pulse of life. The heartbeat of hell deadens their capacity to be touched by human compassion. It all starts with a decision, a choice to turn from good and invite evil, trading decency for impropriety. They give up on goodness and seek instant gratification. Power over their lives and the lives of others is all that matters. From Halloween and Satanism, from Phil Phillips. Lest you become sympathetic toward witches, bear in mind God's commandment toward those who practice witchcraft: death. So what was Anton LaVey doing? Media whore that many claim him to be during this time? Getting his face on as many talk shows as possible? On the contrary, Anton LaVey didn't want to dignify these ridiculous accusations by appearing in his honored role as the high priest of the Church of Satan, mud wrestling with some pimple-faced kid on some talk show stage. By then, he had been advocating his philosophy for 20 years, and we had plenty of people to go on chat shows in his stead to reiterate that, no, we don't sacrifice animals or children. And no, we'd never harm an animal. It says so in a number of places in our Bible, as well as other literature we've put out over the years. As Dr. LaVey said on a number of occasions, if they'd actually stop and read my books rather than just waving them around on television, maybe they'd have a better idea of what they're talking about. To combat this onslaught, LaVey saw his role as threefold: to make himself available to legitimate law enforcement officials and animal protective agencies in order to give them the truth of what we practice and advocate. We met with people who had the power to address these serious allegations, investigate thoroughly, and take action. We were in daily contact with various law enforcement agencies, including Sandy Gallant, SFPD, who had, unfortunately, put out some misinformation she later corrected. as well as the FBI and representatives from various police agencies nationally. We met with the Humane Society of the United States, local humane agencies, and the ASPCA. Beyond that, we met with Nancy O'Meara with Cult Awareness Network, Tom Wedge, a Christian law enforcement agent who wrote a book with Sean Sellers, convicted of killing his mom and stepdad, and Bob and Gretchen Passatino, a Christian couple who worked for Cornerstone magazine. They were doing exposes on Lauren Stratford and Mike Warnke. We were instrumental in the pivotal CSER report, though our direct involvement had to be subdued, since in the climate of the hysteria, the report would be dismissed as mere cover-up if we were seen to have had a hand in it. On the rare occasion that a letter was sent to us that in any way mentioned animal sacrifice or kidnapping, these were immediately passed on to proper authorities. Second, the high priest saw his second mode of attack as getting his aesthetics and philosophy out to the right people, those who would actually listen to him and make a difference. As much as people would accuse him of being a huckster, of somehow advocating Satanism as a scam to make money, he certainly didn't exploit it well. During that time, there was a bounty on his head for anyone who could act as a contact to get him on a major network. He turned down a 5-figure offer to go on a network talk show to defend Satanism against some evangelical boob. LaVey was granting interviews for free to small magazines and respected college newspapers where he knew the reporter was discerning enough to faithfully communicate what he had to say to an audience mature enough to listen, on topics not directly related to animal sacrifices, but on topics of fashion, music, social change, movies, and the damage dogmatic religions can do. He gave dozens of interviews to many small press zines that were flourishing at the time, like Answer Me, Ben is Dead, Roller Derby, and the Slicker Music magazine, Seconds, as well as some college literary papers like Prism and Birth of Tragedy. Through those interviews, granted to people hungry to hear his opinions and observations, he shaped much of youth culture through the 1980s and 90s. Third, LaVey was spending significant time writing fresh articles, formulating new precepts and guidance for our adherents. It was during this time that he conceptualized the satanic sins, the pentagonal revisionism, a 5-point program outlining where Satanists should best be applying their energies to further the movement. Anton wrote a declaration against the panic called Time to Start Kicking Ass, published in the Cloven Hoof, and later included in The Devil's Notebook. With the help of Adam Parfrey, LaVey re-released his Complete Witch, retitled The Satanic Witch, as well as his collection The Devil's Notebook. To clarify what was appropriate satanic behavior, we re-established the Grotto system and released the Grotto Master's Handbook to those who qualified as local contacts for our members. Anton began releasing some of his own recordings on keyboards and performing vocals, further influencing the emerging bachelor pad/1940s revival. See the next chapter for details. I also wrote the first version of this book, titled simply The Church of Satan, as a small, accessible handbook describing a bit about the Church of Satan's history, practices, and foundational literature so that law enforcement, counselors, and animal protection agencies would have ready access to our traditions and ethics. I've decided to include these next few pages pretty much as they appeared in the original book, as they eloquently convey Anton LaVey's thoughts on the topic at the time it was unfolding, and contain the verve, fire, and humor, which is his signature. At one time, magazine or newspaper articles featuring LaVey followed a predictable pattern. There would be surrounding stories about witches, astrologers, card readers, Louise Huebner, Sybil Leek, Raymond Buckland, and the like. Now it's just as predictable, but the tune has changed slightly. Now there is Anton LaVey, the Church of Satan, and their connections, or lack of same, with ritual sacrifices of animals and children, child molesting, Charles Manson, Richard Ramirez, with the latest outlandish satanic survivor tale thrown in as the human interest angle. It's gotten so that Charles Manson, Adolf Hitler, and Anton LaVey are uttered in the same breath, all condemned for, as one hysteric phrased it, killing so many people. Only LaVey is much worse. Instead of a tone of, oh, those wild, wacky witches. Evangelical Christians with devil-bashing books to sell get on national talk shows and wave the satanic Bible around, claiming it's changing our young people into bloodthirsty, murdering monsters. Two of the most horrifying cases held up with zeal have involved parent killing, a subject which was in vogue on morning talk shows a few years ago, until Satanism was tacked on as an afterthought, explaining why a child would heartlessly murder his own parents. The same modification took place with the missing children of milk carton fame. One day we're being fed tales and made-for-TV movies about children illegally abducted by parents in custody disputes, which evolved into stranger abductions, finally resolving into child-stealing, devil-worshipping cults. 14-year-old Tommy Sullivan, a sterling young man, a Boy Scout, who came from a good Catholic home, went berserk after reading satanic material, brutally killing his God-fearing mother, then trying to burn down the house with his father and brother trapped inside, finally slashing his own throat and wrists. Sean Sellers, an intelligent, imaginative kid who felt neglected and overlooked by his mother and stepfather, killed them both as they slept. He was possessed by demons. Or so the stories go. Surely this must be the devil's handiwork. Christian writers who use these cases as examples try to convince their readers there were no problems in these children's lives before they discovered Satanism. The blame isn't on the parents or on the possibly repressive, abusive homes they created for their children. They blame the devil. This same kind of denial takes place in cases of teenage suicide. Cases laid to satanic influences like heavy metal music or role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons have become commonplace. These atrocities can't be our fault, say the parents. Please don't let them be our fault. The solution? You guessed it. Satan made them do it. They weren't our kids. They were demonic forces inhabiting our children's bodies. We aren't to blame. When Christians are discouraged from legal action or find their pleas for criminal charges against accused Satanists ignored, they interpret it not as a signal that police have thoroughly invested their claims and have found no supporting evidence, but rather declare that such disgraceful inaction proves that the high governmental and law enforcement officials must be part of the huge satanic conspiracy. What a picture this paints, that the same Satanists who are capable of such international legal cover-ups are also dutifully spray painting Aussie under freeway overpasses in their spare time. But Satan is no longer a paper tiger to be summoned forth and righteously defeated. The fact that there is an actual church dedicated to Satan forces their hand, requiring claims of wilder stories, more disgusting crimes, not in the abstract or spiritual plane, but in the physical here and now. In the real world, Satan's realm, sources can be challenged, and law enforcement authorities badger satanic victims with pesky questions about names, dates, locations, addresses, and bodies, demanding facts instead of hyperbolic parables. There are plenty of good Christians who have rushed to hang out their shingles, declaring themselves counselors and investigators, some with bona fide credentials, and some using their positions with various law enforcement agencies to convince unsuspecting audiences and readers of their objectivity. Grief-stricken parents and delusional psychotics with Satan rape fantasies are preyed upon by end-time Christians and tabloid TV personalities. Unfortunately, there are claims of grand satanic conspiracies lurking in every daycare center, every government office, waiting to sacrifice your children, have inundated the general overmind. Nor is it necessary to include detailed accounts of the absurd legislation prohibiting Satanism and witchcraft, as proposed in various states by Helms, LaRoche, and Co. Though some proposals are still pending as of this writing, most of the laws are being laughed out of the committee as extreme, redundant, covering criminal activity that's already defined as such, and unconstitutional. The same archetypal accusations reappear that have been used against every minority religion for the past 2,000 years. Only the heinous, most inhuman crimes will do. As author Arthur Lyons pointed out, ironically, Christians were the first to be accused by the Romans. But as Christianity gained power, Jews took their place. The myth became formally institutionalized with the Inquisition and went on to survive the witch burnings. Eventually, Jews, gypsies, and Satanists all took their turns being portrayed as baby-stealing monsters. Drinking the blood of babies through straws, unholy sacrifices on Passover, using candles made of baby fat, substitute the word Satanists for Jews in much of the unbiased, quote-unquote, literature, and see how it looks. The only difference is that no one would print such material about Judaism without getting slapped with criminal charges before they could say Mazel Tov. To confuse matters further, the field is overcrowded and misinformed by a plethora of professional pseudo-Satanists, non-Satanists, and supposed ex-Satanists. It is unnecessary to enumerate the many white witchcraft spokespersons whose common denominator is that they are most emphatically not Satanists. The most popular publisher of Wicca, pagan, and all things spooky, Llewellyn Publishing, and their authors, are in a prime position to expose these accusations for the claptrap it is, but instead are dancing all around satanic subjects, Enochian magic, etc., while maintaining an editorial policy of no satanic material. Though the existence of the Church of Satan can be credited as the catalyst for the satanic brouhaha, Anton LaVey is understandably outraged at the endless parade of unquestioned tales of horror. If all these self-proclaimed victims of satanic abuse or witnesses of satanic rituals, satanic escapees, were really worried about these monstrous people catching up with them and dragging them off the street, getting them in their homes, do you think they'd be going on national television wailing about their experiences? They can't remember their names, they can't remember places, yet we're supposed to swallow their tales and weep big tears for them. They feel practically safe saying these things when they know that none of it really happened. That there are no high priests that are going to pull up in their big black limousines and kidnap them. You notice that they talk about some mythical brotherhood which never existed, or the process church which doesn't exist anymore. They know that if they talked about the Church of Satan, the real thing, they might get the shit sued out of them. Just once, I'd like to see one of these breeders or victims of generational Satanism be called to task. What would happen if one of them came on a nationwide talk show to share her traumas with the sincere host and slack-jawed audience, and to her chagrin find a "this is your life" type setup waiting for her? The host, instead of gently urging, would come out with something like, "Guess what, Pamela? We've flown your family from Winnemucca, and they're right here backstage waiting to come out and meet our audience. They have a few things to say about your childhood satanic experiences." Come on out, satanic mom and dad. Why aren't these people ever called to task? They make up these unbelievable stories that come out of their own warped sexual fantasies. Why aren't they ever challenged? Anybody can go on any show and say anything they like, without fear of contradiction or even objective questions. Where's the proof? Do they have pictures from magazines when they were used for pornographic material, listing them in the credits, or compared with their own baby pictures? When they tell us that a 4-inch square piece of skin was torn from someone's stomach to ensure they don't squeal, I'd expect them to lift up their sweatshirt and show the scar. Wouldn't you? I mean, come on. Any good liar would use a better convincer than that. Television is supposed to be a visual medium, right? That's why we're watching these people rather than listening to the radio. How much could a little scar makeup cost at the local costume shop? Couldn't they at least try to trump up some actual evidence? Or are they too embarrassed or too stupid even to do that much? Also, who's paying for these people to be on these shows? It costs money. Travel expenses, hotels, food. Most of the shows don't pay their guests anything. They'd rather not even pay for lodging and transporting them if they can get away with it. If they have some breeder or self-styled expert volunteering to go on their show for free because she's backed by some fundamentalist group, why would they need to put some refuting doctor up in a hotel overnight? Another aspect that dismayed LaVey was the possibility there were teenagers watching these shows or reading books about what Satanism was supposed to be and sacrificing animals in order to be like the real quote-unquote Satanists. That hurt him. He said, "If there really are kids out there killing or torturing animals because they heard on Oprah that's what Satanists are supposed to do, then the bodies of those animals should be piled on Oprah Winfrey's and Geraldo's doorsteps. It's not us that are telling them to do it. It states clearly in the Satanic Bible that we'd never harm animals or children. It's these malicious idiots telling outrageous lies for ratings. And innocent creatures are dying. They should have to answer for that." Eventually, Anton LaVey wasn't alone in asking these questions. The time had come, as LaVey said, to investigate the investigators. First came Satan Wants You, published in 1988, written by Arthur Lyons, who also wrote the first definitive study of Satanism in America, The Second Coming, in 1970. and has since received both popular and critical acclaim as a writer of hard-boiled mysteries. Lyons compared the baby breeders for Satan to the UFO abductees, who related the same types of harrowing accounts, believed just as fervently by gullible, thrill-starved audiences. Then, in response to still rising hysteria, a damning report was published on October 31st, 1989, sponsored by the Committee for Scientific Examination of Religion, CSER, which objectively examined the claims of these experts. The study was primarily written by Dr. Sean Carlson, a respected physicist and well-known skeptic, and Dr. Gerald LaRue, Professor Emeritus of Religion at the University of Southern California. The report included 3 excellent appendices by Robert Hicks, a criminal justice analyst, Kenneth Lanning, a special agent for the FBI, and Michael Stackpole, an expert on role-playing games. After a thorough investigation, their study concluded that the most shocking claims, those involving the abductions and ritual murder of children, are easily shown to be false. The allegations of large-scale satanic conspiracies are totally without foundation. In fact, the available evidence leaves only one possible conclusion. They do not exist. They're italics. In addition to presenting an analysis of the allegations made by conspiracy theory advocates, this report also documents the insanity or severe emotional problems of some, the thinly disguised extremist Christian agenda of others, the opportunism of a few, and the self-guilt purging crusade of the rest. The anti-Satanism hysteria that is sweeping the country is being fueled by people whom facts have little meaning. They invent facts to try and marshal the public support on the side of unreason. The CSER report, titled Satanism in America, goes several steps beyond simply disproving the accusations leveled against Satanists. The authors of the study maintained that the charges, though unsubstantiated, were accepted by enough people to cause serious harm. And the chapter covering damage being done by the anti-satanic hysteria, the long list included millions of tax dollars wasted, investigations that consistently went nowhere, rumor panics, criminal groups using occult trappings as tools for recruitment and control, child trauma, adult victims of spurious accusations, harassment of and discrimination against minority religions. The CSER report also included background information on some of the luminaries of the Satan Buster circuit, with a detailed list in the back separating resources into 2 categories: expert and non-expert. 2 sobering points Satanism in America brought up concerning possible damage cut through the rest. One was the idea that actual child abusers may well have learned that by introducing occult trappings into their crime, they can so frighten and confuse a child that his or her testimony may be completely unreliable. Unstable people have long used the trappings of religion to justify their crimes, usually a hodgepodge of symbols that are only connected in the criminal's mind. During the Satanic Panic, thanks to fundamentalists' wild claims, all such testimony grew to be regarded as unbelievable or suspect, and any actual criminal activity, say in the case of child abuse or other serious crimes, might have been discounted or dismissed. In that climate, cloaking a crime in satanic garb could have become a helpful tool in obscuring an actual perpetrator's atrocities, like an abuser wearing a jolly green giant mask so a child would naturally say, "A big green man hurt me." The second category of damage from those claims was that an increasing number of teens were practicing what they thought was Satanism, not as Satanists practice it, but according to the Gospels of Geraldo and Oprah. Trahan says these kids piece together their own belief systems from scattered sources in the matter of self-styled occultists and try to form groups and commit crimes in imitation of the big adult satanic groups they believe exist. Groups that they only know about from talk shows like Geraldo and anti-occult literature and propaganda now prevalent. It seems that the current anti-satanic hysteria is spawning a generation of copycat devil worshippers, kids who really do engage in the kind of criminal behavior that, up to now, the tabloid TV programs and fundamentalists have only fantasized about. Reinforcing this point, the Committee for Scientific Examination of Religion released a statement to the press diagnosing the public's increased fears about Satanism as collective hysteria, inflamed by irresponsible reporting, overzealous investigators, and fundamentalist literature. To quote the Los Angeles Times article, the sociologists agreed that increased talk of satanic practices will create a problem itself, and they suggest that it has become faddish for patients and therapy to claim they were once part of a Satanist cult. Indeed, cases were surfacing in 1989 in which children were admitting that their source of information regarding satanic beliefs and practices, with accusations of killing animals and eating babies leveled against a parent, as in one case in Pennsylvania, came not from the Satanic Bible or actual rituals they'd witnessed, but from the Geraldo show. In 1991, the tide began to turn. Books like The Satanic Scare and Satanic Panic, the creation of a contemporary legend, refuted much of the wildest accusations. Malleus Satani by Suzanne Ruthven emerged in Britain in 1994 to try to calm the extreme fervor there. Also in 1994, Richard Offshe's excellent Making Monsters, False Memories, Psychotherapy, and Sexual Hysteria made a significantly embarrassing mark on the psychotherapy industry and how entirely duped they were. Things had certainly been helped along as early as 1989 by the complete and definitive FBI last word on satanic crime investigations published in October of that year. Kenneth Lanning of the National Center of the Analysis of Violent Crime at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, after exhaustive investigations and thousands of collective man-hours researching the proposed crimes, found no evidence of a widespread satanic criminal conspiracy. Though there were individuals who had committed crimes who might have used some satanic trappings, either as a cover to confuse victims or as part of their own private cosmology, that did not constitute a worldwide satanic threat. That authoritative report was included as an appendix in the CSCR book. Many naive investigators were clearly conflating various New Age or minority religious practices and seeing demons under every bed. Out of malice or ignorance, one cannot be sure. But the fog of hysteria was beginning to clear. It seems Anton LaVey did loose the demons upon the earth in 1966. It also seems some of them snuck out wearing halos. Government officials and taxpayers ultimately lost patience with those who were siphoning off valuable resources of already underfunded and understaffed police departments around the country. When the satanic hysterics found no one wanted to hire them anymore, and they were forced to fold up their tripes and keisters and close up shop, the high priest had a suggestion. If all these Satan busters really wanted to look for esoteric material and satanic sources, they wouldn't look to the fabricated Wicca letters or sick fantasy testimony from supposed breeders. They'd look for the dedication page from the Satanic Bible that was included in the first few printings. They'd track down what these various people had to say and really find out about the future of Satanism. But they just want to make up stories. They don't want to do any real research. And they certainly don't want to deal with the real thing. There was indeed a new breed of Satanists surfacing in the late 1980s, invigorating a new breed of expert in Satanism as a counterpoint. LaVey was bemused by those self-appointed occult investigators. They obviously know what I've written and what I advocate. But they seem to prefer making it up as they go along. There was more factual, more informed reporting going on in 1972 than there is now. Of course, there's more money to be made being a professional hysteric now, making a living telling your masturbatory fantasies on nationwide TV. There are people on the talk show circuit who claim to be ex-members or ex-priests in a satanic organization who can't even show they read the same book I wrote, let alone give an accurate rendition of our practices and philosophy. It's funny that there are always high priests. There are never any low priests, or just plain priests. There were no high priests until I came along, except in Italian operas. In Chicago, there's a center for multiple personalities studying adult survivors of satanic child abuse. Now, what's that supposed to mean? There was no modern organized satanic movement until the Church of Satan. And here are all these middle-aged women telling how they were raped and tortured as children when their parents belonged to a satanic cult? That would have been in the 1940s. There were none. Lord knows. I looked. Producers don't send camera crews out to track down these women's parents and get their stories. No one looks up the women's psychological histories. If there were any Freudians left, they'd see what's going on. When it's ratings time, it's a good time to talk about Satanism. What unfortunately happens is that they want to talk about Satanism. But it's too dangerous to talk about real satanic ideas. So the truth, which would show positive aspects about Satanism, is minimized. And the other side, the hyped false threat, is sensationalized, no matter how shady and the credentials are. The truth is lost in the din of sensationalism. The 1984-85 airing of sensationalized 2020 shows on Satanism, followed by many other talk shows, endless seminars and publications, gave way to another renewed mythology around Satanism. The catalog of blood-curdling and spine-chilling true stories about what Satanists were supposed to do echoed the style and content of World War II Nazi propaganda concerning Jews, including sucking the blood from Christian children with a straw. When the devil speaks out for himself, chortled LaVey, Christians either have to throw out their cherished beliefs or ignore and negate what he has to say. In answer to a few items on the long list of accusations concerning dark satanic doings, Anton responded in my original book. Accusation: there's no possible way to get out of a satanic cult, only through death. LaVey: all anyone has to do is write a letter to get out. No one's kicked out unless they do something that is blatantly against our tenets, or unless they request to have their names taken from our lists. Unless they let us know in writing that they want to resign, we consider them members. Accusation: there are 3 categories of Satanists. 1. Traditional Satanists. 2. Religious Satanists. And 3. Freestyle Satanists, or whatever designations came to the mind of the quote-unquote expert. LaVey: there are no categories of Satanists. There are Satanists and nuts. The satanic know-it-alls try to fabricate a division. By saying they are different categories, it gets them off the hook so they can say, "Oh, we didn't mean you, of course. We meant these other guys that really don't exist. You're good Satanists." There's no such thing as a good Satanist. Actually, I would divide satanic posers into several groups. These are specific tags we employ to identify someone who might not grasp the concept fully yet. There are various subjective Satanists who agree with the philosophy only to the extent that it can be used to condone their particular fetish. This type would fall into subcategories of social Satanists who only want to meet nude girls, have orgies, or whatever their particular interest seems to be. There are rock and roll Satanists who only know the kind of Satanism sung about by pop stars. That sort of thing. On the other end of the spectrum, there are those figures, sometimes historical, sometimes contemporary, who I would identify as de facto Satanists, even though they might not have called themselves that because of the times they lived in. But by their actions, their writings, their attitudes, you can see that they were Satanists through and through. Then there are the Christian Satanists, defined as those who are attracted to the iconography of Satanism, but can't seem to break away from Christianity's definitions. They continue to work within a primitive framework of good versus evil, taking the part of evil instead of good. They rebel against Christianity, but using the same rules. They may know no more of Satanism than what they see on record jackets. It's a last-ditch effort to preserve their belief system. Accusation: you have to sell your soul to Satan and sign a pact in blood. LaVey: come on. Souls come very cheap these days. This myth is perpetuated by Christian Satanists who are following the lead of medieval witch hunters. Satan demands a much harder task than signing over your soul in blood. He demands that you live your life as fully as you can, prosper by your own wits, and avoid misery. You wouldn't believe what a tall order that is for most people. Accusation: you have to believe in God to believe in Satan. Satan is a myth designed by Christians, so you can't believe in one without the other. LaVey: people, even those who call themselves practitioners of the old religion, can't conceive of a philosophy beyond Christianity, beyond good against evil. It's like worshiping the devil. We don't worship Satan, we worship ourselves, using the metaphorical representation of the qualities of Satan. Satan is the name used in the Judeo-Christian tradition for that force of individuality and pride within us. But the force itself has been called by many names. We embrace Christian myths of Satan and Lucifer, along with satanic renderings in Greek, Roman, Islamic, Sumerian, Syrian, Phrygian, Egyptian, Chinese, or Hindu mythologies, to name a few. We are not limited to one deity, but encompass all the expressions of the accuser, or the one who advocates free thought and rational alternatives by whatever name he is called in a particular time and land. It so happens that we are living in a culture that is predominantly Judeo-Christian, so we emphasize Satan. If we were living in Roman times, the central figure, perhaps the title of our religion, would be different. But the name would be expressing and communicating the same thing. It's all context. The more harmful accusations leveled against Satanism during the Satanic Panic, of ritual human and animal sacrifice, kidnapping, child abuse, torture, rape, these went beyond theology and to the realm of criminal activities. LaVey remained unruffled. Nuts are nuts. 30, 40, 50 years ago, tabloids and detective magazines were full of stories of people committing heinous crimes in the name of God. They were called religious fanatics. Now, the same types can do their thing in the name of Satan and reap society's benefits, just by claiming salvation. Besides, as there are more Satanists around, there are going to be more incidents of satanic crimes. That is, a person who perpetrates a crime who happens to be a Satanist. It's simple percentages. Yet, when a Christian commits a crime, it's not dubbed a Christian cult murder. As more satanic Bibles are sold, there are more chances one will be found at a murder site or among a murderer's personal effects. It's inevitable, with so many members, that sometime soon a criminal or victim's going to have an actual Church of Satan membership card on their person. And won't that be exciting? It doesn't make it a ritual murder. It just makes juicy copy. I'd like to see the day when headlines read, "Slasher reported to be involved in Christian group," with the accompanying article outlining the incriminating evidence found in the killer's apartment. Pictures of saints on the walls, the Holy Bible and other Christian books found on shelves, various crosses and small jewelry boxes. With the supposed satanic crimes, evidence of satanic involvement doesn't have anything to do with the crime itself. Might not even have anything to do with Satanism. But it's picked out because it piques people's prurient interests. From the beginning, police officials tried to quell the hysteria, for the most part, quickly modifying their earliest flyers and guidelines on the subject, which listed ceramic cats, stained glass, and circles as satanic symbols to watch for at crime sites. While a few still tried to make a name for themselves as cops for Christ, most of the many articles in police magazines took a fairly even view. There were still satanic task forces in every town, and costly seminars on occult crimes limped along. But LaVey remained on friendly terms with police and legitimate investigators, continuing to help when asked. San Francisco Police Inspector Sandy Gallant, one of the foremost authorities on occult crimes, instructed fellow investigators to focus on the framework of ritualistic crime or abuse rather than signaling out any one religion. Someone involved in a crime might use certain elements of a particular religious orientation to justify their crime, Whether it's Christianity, Catholicism, Rastafarianism, Santeria, Satanism, or a combination of these things, a person might use these ritual trappings either to fool themselves or fool someone else, in the case of a child. You can't just look at a room, see what looks like an upside-down star or Ozzy Osbourne poster, and say, "This is a satanic crime." Satanism has mainstreamed itself. It's not a case where you can say Satanist equals criminal, any more than you could say Catholic equals criminal. It's just not that simple anymore. When looking at a crime now, investigators have to put it into one of two categories. Is the crime a demand of the particular religion, like animal sacrifices in Santeria or Voodoo? Or is the religion being used as a justification for their crimes that, because of their own psychological makeup, would be happening anyway? A brief review of laughable, quote-unquote, expert vocabulary, popular at the time, shows that not everyone who hung out her shingle as an occult investigator was as well-grounded as Miss Gallant. Talk show hosts across America insisted we concern ourselves with the Feast of the Beast, the Wicca letters, breeders, altar babies, dabblers, stoners, traditional Satanists, Orthodox Satanists, freestyle Satanists, religious Satanists, ritual abuse, satanic survivors, the black hole ritual, acid pits, and portable crematoriums, spotters, those who acted as lookouts, usually gardeners or trashmen, at daycare centers where Satanists were ensconced, ritualers, which is pronounced ritualers, grimoires, which is pronounced grimoires, trainers, recruiters, and devil dances, what preschoolers do when they've been ritually abused. Some indicators your child might be getting into Satanism: wanting to spend time alone, wearing certain incriminating t-shirts, requesting black sheets or black curtains, wanting a snake as a pet. All sure signs of the devil at work. When Pope John Paul toured the United States and spoke at the University of Arizona, all the red sun devils appearing on campus, their mascot, were covered up so as not to offend His Holiness. High school teams across the country that called themselves some kind of devils changed their names to something less satanic sounding. House numbers, license plates, and telephone prefixes that contained the sinister 666 were finally seen for the demonic influence they are, and were immediately altered, including the number of the house of Ronald and Nancy Reagan bought to move into after they vacated the White House. A Senate bill number had to be changed from Bill 666 to Bill 649 in February of 1986 because it was feared the legislators would unduly be influenced by the original number. As early as 1980, LaVey saw the writing on the wall when the first satanic survivor urban legends started surfacing. As a reaction, he wrote a letter for the Cloven Hoof newsletter entitled, "How to Make a Bundle as a Reformed Satanist." If all else fails in your life, if you seem unable to conjure fame and fortune for yourself no matter what you do, LaVey proposed a surefire way to get on the religious circuit and gain the sympathy of millions of viewers. As outlined in the article, the letter the high priest might send to concerned Christians would read something like this. Dear blank, thank you for your enlightening and inspirational letter, tract. I am touched by your prayers, and because of the dire warnings and accusations you have leveled upon me, have chosen to see the light. You are the person I have been waiting for to lead me to Jesus when all others have failed. I now see the folly of my actions and can perceive how I was taken in by Satan and used as a tool to destroy innocent minds and bodies. You may rest assured that I will believe in the Lord Jesus Christ from this moment on and try to undo the damage I have caused so many misguided persons, especially the young and innocent. I can never thank you enough for saving me. I never knew about the things your brilliant message told me, but now I know, and it has given me new hope for the future. I have many lost souls who, as I, need to be led to safety. Surely your wisdom must be matched by your generosity. So perhaps you would like to help me bring others to Jesus, who have been ensnared by the devil's lies. Your contribution would, I'm sure, exceed the pittances offered by those whom the devil's greed has consumed. Enclosed in a return letter, in which you might place your offering. I would also like a prayer included, lest I falter in my new faith. Thanking you again. I am saved. Signed, ASLV. And just imagine, chortled LaVey, those who had assumed me to be an avaricious charlatan would actually send me shekels while absolving me of my former accusations. I'd be right back in the carny, working what used to be known as the Jesus racket. It would be so very easy. Save any prayers for others, though. I'd rather have a kind thought from one who approves of me for the correct reasons than all the prayers in the world from those who don't. All of this could be seen as humorous, except for those who lost their jobs, homes, custody of their children, positions in the community, or parents' trust because of irrational, unfounded fears and accusations. Using Satanism as a justification, too, were the righteous teachers and school administrators who searched high school kids' lockers for signs of diabolical dabbling. Any child with a pentagram was hauled into the principal's office for a thorough talking to by the local priest. There were news articles reporting on school librarians who reviewed checkout records to track down anyone borrowing dangerous, read subversive, or decadent books from the school library. It all works eventually in our favor, though, LaVey assured me in 1990. All these Pray TV evangelists have had their last gasp. It's almost back to the old days when the words evangelists and hucksters were synonymous. So who else do they turn to but the devil? He's always been the real savior. They dress themselves up as experts, start railing against the devil, the enemy trying to drag them down, and how they need money, lots of money, to fight the devil. But people see through it. They're tired of the noise. We couldn't have planned it any better. When the satanic hysteria gets to the point of absurdity, people start questioning the whole line of crap. It will eventually get so no one believes anything Christian ministers say anymore. When they hear about the devil and how rotten he is, it just makes them curious about what the satanic viewpoint might be. The Satanic Bible has been in print for 20 years, at time of these original interviews with LaVey. People who continue to misinterpret, deny knowledge, or look the other way are either feeble-minded or malicious. Maybe both. But there's certainly no excuse for people remaining ignorant unless they want to. Anyone born since 1966 has seen at least a mention of the Satanic Bible or the Church of Satan in a newspaper or on a TV interview or a magazine somewhere. Every living person was exposed to some extent, however fleeting and limited. They see people railing against us now, and that fleeting memory comes back to them. And if they have a mind, they go to the source, read the Satanic Bible, and maybe they'll find a more attractive philosophy than the one they've got. Harmful misconceptions persisted, fed by media-happy Satan busters and ersatz survivors of diabolic atrocities. Despite written declarations to the contrary, in the Satanic Bible and elsewhere, from the high priest himself, certain Christian mythmongers still clung to stories of Satanists eating the flesh of unbaptized babies and sacrificing nubile virgins. When those self-appointed experts were called to task about their flights of fancy, their final retreat was, "Of course, LaVey denies these heinous accusations in print. The devil is a liar." Sometime in early 1986, some letters started circulating among self-styled occult investigators, which they claimed were confiscated from a supposed Witches International Coven Council that had been held a few years earlier. Wicked worldwide goals were discussed at this secret meeting, and specific plans were drawn up for satanic infiltration, leading to the downfall of American society. Some of the goals listed in these Wicca letters were to bring about personal debts causing discord and disharmony within families, and to have laws changed to benefit our ways. Proposed techniques included educating the New Age youth by infiltrating schools, having prayers removed, having teachers teach about drugs, sex, freedoms, and instigating and promoting rebellion against parents and all authority. Propaganda of this type was presented as fact in Christian magazines like Passport, which included references to the Wicca letters and their special issue devoted entirely to America's best-kept secret. In truth, there was no such international council, no such meeting, and the goals outlined in the fabricated Wicca letters, like the protocols of the elders of Zion before them, only betrayed the fearless witch-finders' own prurient obsessions. In 1988, Anton LaVey did write, however, an article for the Cloven Hoof entitled Pentagonal Revisionism, a 5-point program. That article actually did provide a master plan for the immediate focus of satanic political and financial interests worldwide. The entire essay can be found in Appendix 1, but the basic elements of LaVey's plan, simply stated, are these: stratification, taxation of all churches, return to the law of the jungle, the development and promotion of humanoids, and the development and promotion of total environments. No human sacrifices to magical blessings from Satan. No abduction of kids. No mutilation of animals. Just a very concise list of exactly how satanic philosophy can be practically applied in the world today and tomorrow. LaVey expanded on these basic concepts in subsequent interviews. Christianity is dying of its own inertia, LaVey asserted. It has no vitality. I can only marvel at the crafty hands but feeble minds that made all these wonderful cathedrals, monuments to stupidity. It has strangled all creativity, all life, among its ranks. Now it's just a matter of reaching generational extinction. All Christians will eventually die out, like the holy rollers. There's no propaganda necessary, LaVey concluded. Just let Satanists speak for themselves. There doesn't have to be a bias one way or another. What irritates me is that even if the producers of a television show make a concession by having a bona fide Satanist on their show, not just some pseudo-Satanist they give more time to the self-appointed expert than they do to the real Satanists. How can they have more authority about Satanists than the adherents themselves? You wouldn't have asked Hitler about the joys of Hanukkah. All that needs to be said about Satanism is the truth, and it can't help but alter people's ways of thinking. If they ever get a dose of what real Satanism is, Lord help them. The government was coming to understand their folly in investing thousands of dollars and wasting untold man-hours chasing phantoms, as Kenneth Lanning's report, included as an appendix in the CSER book, concluded. Until hard evidence is obtained and corroborated, the American people should not be frightened into believing that babies are being bred and eaten, that 50,000 missing children are being murdered in human sacrifices, or that Satanists are taking over America's daycare centers. No one can prove with absolute certainty that such activity has not occurred. The burden of proof, however, as it would be in a criminal prosecution, is on those who claim that it has occurred. Several elements came together to put an end to the satanic panic. 1. More books and movies were being produced, questioning recovered memories, exposing missteps in several investigations, and unveiling the main players behind the panic for the frauds that they were. Satan's Silence was influential when it was released in 1995. Indictment was a 1995 made-for-TV movie about the McMartin fallout. The first part of the Paradise Lost documentary about the tragedy of the West Memphis Three was broadcast in 1996. Richard Offshe's Making Monsters came out in 1996. The weight of these exposés began to turn the tide toward reason. Even Geraldo, whose primetime special can certainly be said to have had a defining influence on the period, eventually recanted. On 12/12/1995, he hosted a CNBC show with the theme of wrongly accused and convicted of child molestation. During the panel discussion, Geraldo stated, "I want to announce publicly that I was a firm believer of the Believe the Children movement of the 1980s that started with the McMartin trials in California. But now I am convinced that I was terribly wrong, and many innocent people were convicted and went to prison as a result. And I am equally positive that the repressed memory therapy movement is also a bunch of crap." The movies and books continue to this day as we soulfully reflect on why the panic happened and how we can prevent such tragic insanity in the future. Spoiler, we can't. Damien Echols eventually spent 18 years on death row and released his excellent memoir, Life After Death, in 2011. Books like Richard Beck's We Believe the Children, 2015, and Here's to My Sweet Satan, 2016, along with movies like Regression, continue to remind us what a frightening time it was for any rational person. 2. Insurance companies got tired of paying for expensive hospital stays based on the diagnosis of counselors and therapists who were not always acting in their clients' best interests, and instead may well have been bilking those insurance companies out of millions of dollars. Once investigators started putting a stop to the big payouts, many of these therapists folded up their tents and slunk back under the rocks from which they came. 3. Police departments finally realized these wacky and expensive seminars were not helping solve any real crimes. especially after the FBI report was released in 1989. So they stopped funding the mania. 4. Judges gave instructions they didn't want to hear baseless, distracting accusations of Satanism in cases. A person's religion is not a legal basis for taking children out of their homes, and is prejudicial and irrelevant in any felony cases. Many of the cases that were touted as directly reflected of the satanic threat, including the McMartin case, fell apart. When judges refused to hear it as an element in cases, lawyers began sticking to facts rather than wild and damaging speculation. When shows like Saturday Night Live regularly showed the church lady making such accusers look prudish and laughable, America relaxed a bit. Shows like The Simpsons poked fun at the hype, and nighttime talk show hosts started making light of the whole circus in their opening monologues. There is an enduring irreverence in humor that deftly points out societal follies, that holds up a mirror to our own overwrought, mob-created fears. Our eyes cleared, and we were relieved of our burden of manufactured tragedy. 6. Christians themselves realized things had gone way past reasonable and had become dangerous. Bob and Gretchen Passatino, Tom Wedge, John Trott, and a number of moderate Christians stepped forward to expose those among them who were poisoning their religion with extreme hatred and paranoia. They didn't want to be associated with them. 7. The further disclosures regarding the true, organized, pervasive, worldwide child sex abuse perpetrated by supremely trusted priests within the Catholic Church contributed to the conclusion of the ridiculous manufactured accusations against Satanists. As the breadth and evil of the cover-up was revealed, layer by layer, spurious, unsupportable accusations against shadows became an insult to the horrors that were perpetrated and covered up by one of the most powerful, respected, and visible organizations in the world. As we've now seen in many books, memoirs, and movies such as Spotlight, 2015, Deliver Us from Evil, 2006, The Boys of St. Vincent, 1992, Hand of God, 2006, Sex Crimes of the Vatican, 2006, and Twist of Faith, 2004, the victims were real. And they are forever scarred by the horrendous betrayal of trust. If one were prone to conspiracy theories, would it be such a leap to imagine that the Satanic Panic was orchestrated as a last-ditch effort to point fingers in the direction of the traditional scapegoat in order to distract people from discovering the horrors taking place in sacred Catholic sanctuaries, where many families feel the most secure? This is why the Church of Satan must continue to exist, if for no other reason than to encourage people to hold nothing sacred and unassailable. Such devastating betrayals at the hands of Catholic priests and the administration that protected them are not fabrications and are not isolated. We become vulnerable to sacred lies when any entity becomes too powerful. The most dangerous of all enthroned lies is the holy, the sanctified, the privileged lie. The lie everyone believes to be a model truth. The question must be asked: was the Satanic Panic a knee-jerk response to Anton LaVey founding the first legitimate above-ground satanic church in 1966? The timing would suggest the possibility, at least in part. Perhaps under intense distress over mere existence, a small core of activist evangelical Christians whipped themselves into a self-righteous anti-satanic frenzy. But if we took the time to graph such outbreaks of purges, witch hunts, and pogroms throughout history, perhaps a clear, inevitable, recurring pattern would emerge. Like the tides flowing and volcanoes building pressure to erupt, we need to be regularly reminded how dangerous blind fundamentalism can be. As for the direct groups on our organization, I could say that the people in leadership positions in the Church of Satan today who were largely shaped by the Satanic Panic. Many of us spent hundreds of hours combating misinformation, granting interviews, giving assurances and solace to those caught up in whirlwinds of accusation and purposeful misunderstandings of what we hold dear. Like combat veterans, we have formed the strongest of friendships because of those shared battles. Some of us might have lost apartment, or relationships might have been strained or abandoned because of the hysteria. But most actual Satanists are very discreet, so friends and co-workers might not even know. In truth, it was a vital time for us. We got a lot of radio, television, and classroom time to counter the negative information that was being put out against us. Even if we had no more time than to say, think for yourself, read the book. That was enough to get some people who were satanically inclined to learn what we are really about. When they actually read the 9 satanic statements, which the author might have included with the expectation that they would provoke religious outrage, the reader often shrugged and said, "That seems to make a lot of sense." We gained a great many lasting members who are still with us, who were initially exposed to Satanism through the haze of hysteria as kids. There were many people outside our group who suffered from legal accusations during this time. We'll never know or be able to count how many people were fired or lost apartments or friends, how many families were broken apart because of misguided beliefs steered by ignorant accusers. It's hard enough for teenagers to talk to their parents, but when the parents are getting propaganda from people they consider reliable authorities on television or in their communities that playing Dungeons and Dragons or listening to heavy metal or black metal music means their own children might be committing heinous crimes, walls are built that are very difficult to tear down. Those were the little tragedies of the Satanic Panic, and we got a lot of letters from people who were going through these tragedies daily. People involved in the McMartin case, the West Memphis 3, and the Keller case in Texas spent significant time in jail, only to be eventually proven innocent and released. Fran and Dan Keller served 21 years for subjecting children in their daycare center to sexual abuse and torture as part of satanic rituals. They were released in 2013, declared actually innocent by law in 2015, and received a $3.4 million settlement for the people's wrongful conviction and imprisonment in August of 2017. Another quote-unquote satanic conviction was overturned in Kentucky in February in 2018. And is it possible we are heading toward another anti-satanic movement? A second wave of panic? There are more movies and series out with devilish themes. The Exorcist series, Damien series, Lucifer series, the Conjuring movies, based on the supposed true possession stories of Satanic Panic's stars Ed and Lorraine Warren, Satanic movie from 2016, and the delightful American Horror Story, Good Omens and Penny Dreadful series. Being a horror fan, I'm always happy to see these clever twists on some gothic themes. In many of these depictions, the evil ones are ambiguous, if not sympathetic, characters. These attitudes seep from fiction into larger society. The internationally popular 12th Doctor Who claimed in a 2017 episode, "Hardly anything's evil, but most things are hungry." Hunger looks very much like evil from the wrong end of the cutlery. Or do you think your bacon sandwich loves you back? One doesn't often read about satanic crimes these days. Once in a while, an accusation of a devil-inspired crime will pop up, such as the woman who claimed she joined a satanic cult in Alaska and killed 20 to 100 people. Or a woman who killed her mother because she found out she had images of herself, her daughter, and atomic bombs, and she was going to destroy the world. I trust people continue to be reminded of how shameful the panic period was, and won't disappear down that particular rabbit hole again for a long time. I would also hope that people have been educated through the humor of SNL's Church Lady, various Simpson and South Park parodies, as well as factual refutation that has overturned convictions and made the Satanic Panic synonymous with the Salem witch trials, as an example of the blindness and harm that could come from the wildfire of rumors and fears motivated by greed, dogmatism, and shriveled identities. But I wouldn't have believed that the Satanic Panic would have been possible in our modern age in the first place, given the level of communication and information we had available at that time. And I was terribly wrong. As I was concluding the final edits of this book, COVID-19 emerged. We've experienced international waves of death, economic collapse, and social unrest, as well as the growth of a conspiracy theory involving hidden Hollywood elites and satanic pedophiles getting high on the life essence, adrenochrome, of frightened children. Since the beginning of the COVID lockdowns in America, which began in March 2020, this madness has accelerated, thriving on Reddit and Twitter, given credence by prominent politicians, including the then President of the United States. The general beliefs of the QAnon faithful are chillingly similar to anyone who has read this chapter. In this time of unprecedented upheaval, confusion, and sorrow, certain elements are, again, using claims of Satanism as a dog whistle scare tactic without bothering to understand what it is or what we truly advocate. It has been said that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. We must all be ever mindful of the daily harm we see as a result of religious fundamentalism, bloodily and painfully playing out around the globe. People are more media-driven than ever, vulnerable to manipulation, even more now than in the 1980s. There are so many more avenues and so much more extremism and selling of tragedy. The panic taught me to be very skeptical of news reporting, a lesson many more people have learned with the growth of reliance on internet news, social media saturation, and how it can influence our democracy. Few people have had a front-row seat view of Kafkaesque worldwide delusion on the level of the supposed widespread sacrifices and criminal activity that many were convinced were taking place, when I knew for a fact they weren't. It was eerie. That's why the Church of Satan continues to exist as a cohesive organization, to preserve, refine, practice, and defend the philosophy, to consistently advocate an essential point of Satanism, which is to be wary of any holy truths that end up dividing more than they illuminate. That charge makes this book and other media from actual Satanists all the more necessary. The satanic panic probably caused us all to be considerably more cautious than we need to be. At this distance, far enough removed that that period has become an embarrassing artifact of history. It seems funny, even hysterical, to think that these ridiculous accusations against Satanism, witchcraft, rock and roll, Dungeons and Dragons, and ceramic cats were taken seriously. We could cast them onto the heap of common flumdummery with monkey gland therapy and foot binding. Except real people lost their children, their jobs, were unfairly incarcerated, suffered strained or broken relationships with family and friends. Emboldened CPS agency workers were ripping children from their loving homes in the middle of the night on flimsy accusations of satanic activity. Adolescents who have a hard enough time communicating with parents faced adults forcibly and irrationally stripping them of their music, movies, and games for fear of deepening demonic possession. Even today, more than 50 years after the founding of the organization, with countless hundreds of print interviews and book inclusions, with hours upon hours of radio and video interviews, and endless hours of podcasts from our respected representatives, there are those who still lose jobs, friends, and family to misunderstandings about what Satanism is. People are compelled to believe what they want to believe, especially about the devil. Certain segments always feel ablaze with righteous religious or political conviction, especially some within the Christian and Muslim populations. Sure, such bigots are marginalized right now, but given the right social circumstances and the needs of specific interests, these are embers that could be fanned into an effective conflagration as needed. Chapter 7: Satanism in Theory and Practice. As the storm raged around us, activities within our dark citadel continued apace, drawing worthwhile individuals to the battlements with electrifying proficiency. It was time for LaVey's children to emerge, steeped in Satanism from our first teenage explorations of our place in the wider cosmos, in communion with the eternal evil ones throughout precious formative years, in our makeshift ritual chambers, and in our richest imaginings, we were now summoned forth to defend and define our animating philosophy, as if in response to a distant clarion. In the same year that I met Anton LaVey for the first time, two infernal colleagues who would become essential to the continuation of the Church of Satan submitted their active applications and were approved for further involvement. Peter Gilmore and Peggy Nadramia. Jungian synchronicity, meaningful coincidences, or diabolical inevitability, indeed. Throughout most of the years of the panic, we continued to publish Anton LaVey's wisdom and wit in the goldenrod pages of the Cloven Hoof. Many of these essays, such as How to Be God, or The Devil, Time to Start Kicking Ass, and The Invisible War, eventually found their way to LaVey's collections, The Devil's Notebook and Satan Speaks. With pages to fill on a consistent basis, I was encouraged to put my writing degree to work, publishing my first Cloven Hoof article in spring, XX 1985, under the name Jeanette Kohler, on the repressive qualities of the women's liberation movement. Warming to my role as a public representative of Satanism, I became more confident in my correspondence. Attorney Claudia R. in Gallup, New Mexico, wrote to us on April 11th, 1988. Hello, I'm writing to you in reference to my client, Mervyn T. He is in the process of a divorce, and he wishes to receive visitation with his children. He is no longer a member of your organization. In order for him to gain visitation with his children, we must have a confirmation from you that he is no longer a member of the Church of Satan. Thank you. Sincerely. My response of 14th of April reads, Dear Mrs. R., yes, Mr. T is most certainly a member of our church. He's an important priest in charge of our breeders. He also helps cremate the bodies of all the kidnapped children we sacrifice each week. Now that we've dispensed with the horseshit, let me inform you of a few points about Satanism the media have deemed irrelevant. Satanists, because of their love and admiration for children, are far more qualified to be responsible parents than Christians, who encourage hypocrisy, ignorance, and mindless fear in their children. I quote from page 89 of the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey, available in all major bookstores. Man, the animal, is the Godhead to the Satanist. The purest form of carnal existence reposes in the bodies of animals and children who have not grown old enough to deny themselves their natural desires. They can perceive things that the average adult human can never hope to. Therefore, the Satanist holds these beings in a sacred regard, knowing that he can learn from these natural magicians of the world. Mr. T is no longer a member of our organization, and is, in our estimation, less fit as a parent because he is no longer a Satanist. Sincerely, Blanche Barton, Administrator. Dr. LaVey continued to encourage our most productive members, granting personal time when he was able. One measly San Francisco night in 1986, we met two sterling individuals who were destined to fulfill a diabolic purpose neither of them could have foreseen on that blustery, God-forsaken evening. As High Priestess Peggy Nadramia remembers, in the first few years of my membership, I was completing my master's thesis. I was actually writing it simultaneously with my active membership application. As soon as I completed grad school, I started delving into the world of small press publishing and created a horror fiction journal, Gru magazine. Gru received some significant reviews and notice from the pros in the field, and we were off and running, putting out 3 issues in our first 18 months in business. Dr. LaVey has always been a horror reader and aficionado of pulp magazines, where the short horror fiction of H.P. Lovecraft and Robert Bloch was born, and where his friend Robert Barber Johnson had published much of his work. So my little magazine caught his eye, and he invited us both to San Francisco for a visit. Well, I'm no rube, and I'd read enough first-hand accounts of people meeting their heroes and being disillusioned. I was ready for anything. Miss Barton's letters and phone calls were cordial, however, and kept me optimistic, and of course, utterly intrigued. I was going to meet the man and the devil's avenger. Peter and I arrived on the Whirlwinds. A stormy afternoon full of black clouds surrounded our plane as we touched down at SFO. We were slightly delayed by the weather and terrified of being late for our dinner date with Dr. LaVey and Miss Barton. We grabbed a taxi to our hotel, shucked our traveling clothes, and hurried into our evening wear. The little hotel was the press club, formerly a men's club, sort of place where traveling journalists would stay. Our room featured a huge wall map of the world and the club symbol. The silhouette of a black cat seemed to follow us everywhere. Was the hotel Satanist owned and operated? Miss Barton had recommended it. We felt that all eyes were upon us as we crossed the old-fashioned lobby and found a taxi waiting for us. Izzy's was an old-style steakhouse. The bar was at the front. As we walked in and looked around, I spotted an attractive blonde with ruby lips perched on a bar stool, and as she turned her head to gaze back, a deep, gravelly voice boomed. "Peter Gilmore." There he was, in a suit and tie, with a fedora tipped over one piercing eye, and I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. He was real, and his presence was both intimidating and somehow engaging and enveloping. We all exchanged handshakes and then settled into a back booth with high walls, hat pegs, and about 50 bottles of steak sauce in a rack beside us. It was a fantastic evening of conversation. After dinner, we piled into Doc's Jaguar, and he took us for a little tour of Noir San Francisco, including a drive by the Golden Gate, shrouded in mist that was illuminated by bright spotlights. We ended up at the Black House, where hours of further conversation and music ensued. It was great. We talked about everything. We laughed and got to know each other, and were invited back the next evening for more of the same. It was deeply satisfying to discover that my hero was who he said he was, and that he was real. Not superhuman, not perfect, and not pretentious or arrogant. Anton LaVey had a strong ego and sense of his own significance, and didn't mind asserting that. But he was not an egomaniac, and never demanded worship or accolades. He was an astute lesser magician. He knew what to say to get people on his side, but didn't waste his time on those who bored or irritated him. I think time was his most precious possession, and he guarded it ferociously. Gilmore and Nadramia made an equally positive impression on the high priest, and when interview opportunities came up on the East Coast, as they often did, they became our primary contacts. LaVey rarely granted personal interviews to a mainstream outlet. His instincts usually guided him to those writers who would see beyond the superficial. One such individual was Walt Harrington, who approached us about a cover article for the prominent Washington Post magazine, published February 23, 1986. Mr. Harrington came to San Francisco, spending several days listening to Anton's music and ideas, gathering a particularly sharp and poignant vision of the high priest. When it came time for photos, LaVey insisted on a more noir presentation. No more donning capes and horns for the amusement of the masses. We had a photo shoot in the rosy setting rays of a winter sun at Sutro Baths, the Cliff House, and nearby Ocean Beach. Harrington portrayed LaVey as defiantly misanthropic and egotistical, an acerbic individualist who may well have developed magical techniques that work. Easing further onto the wider satanic stage, Peter Gilmore published his first essay in the Cloven Hoof, issue number 120 in the second quarter of 1987. Titled The Magic of Mastery, it was later included in his own 2007 essay collection, The Satanic Scriptures. In this initial volley, the future magus urged the satanically inclined to take up a demonstrable skill and hone it to perfection. Whether it's auto mechanics, computer programming, or flower arranging, you'll amaze those around you, gain their respect and envy, achieve material success, and you won't even have to say Shemham Farash in public. The better you are, the more satanic you'll be. A member of the true elite of the able. Following LaVey's lead, Gilmore emphasized real-world accomplishments as the sure path to manifesting authentic lesser and greater magic. In that same issue was LaVey's essay on the new God, television, now easily translated into Twitter, social media, and the internet in general, warning Satanists not to stand in front of our own weapons. We can use TV as a potent propaganda machine. We already are using it to our advantage in the form of MTV satanic rock visuals. The stage is already set for the next step. Infiltration of the philosophy of Satanism and potent, emotionally inspiring, music to go along with the inverted crosses and pentagrams. Then the conspiratorialists will really have something to worry about. Instead of holding our rituals in chambers designed for a few dozen people, we are moving into auditoriums crowded with ecstatic Satanists thrusting their fists forward in the sign of the horns. As much bad press as the Church of Satan has received from the media over the past 2 years, satanic ritual abuse, sacrifices, etc., mention of the Satanic Bible only points people in our direction. Perhaps that's the plan after all. We are adversaries to be reckoned with, and must not be taken in by our own infernal devices. My contribution to that same issue focused on the dismaying human habit of destroying their own best and brightest. The weak shall inherit? By now writing under my own name. Egalitarianism would be fine if people naturally strove to better themselves, but it seems not to be the case. The spiral continues downward. Of course, we know the alternative. Those who accept Satanism as a way of life are literally choosing life over death, not only individually, but for our species. Though Anton was satisfied with the essays and articles appearing regularly in the Cloven Hoof, Satanism was quickly outgrowing our 6-page photocopied house organ. For over 20 years, that unassuming newsletter had been the sole source of authentic satanic thought, but LaVey felt a groundswell in the offing. The Cloven Hoof has been a forum for Anton LaVey's brand of elucidation and /or vitriol when other media sources dared not utter such unadulterated stuff for fear of their very existence. It has provided a link with the fountainhead of contemporary Satanism for those who feel isolated from satanic thought. It has served as a think tank, inspiration, progenitor. It has also been parasitically sucked dry by academicians hiding behind their own accreditation, not to mention copycat satanic outfits, whose total survival depends upon being plugged into the Church of Satan. We have increasingly effective avenues of influence. Dissemination of information can be placed, by overt and covert means, in a secular society by controlled mainstream methods. An increase in satanic books and periodicals will produce a steady flow of material from Anton LaVey and others, which formerly could only be aired in the Cloven Hoof newsletter. Surely, an entire magazine is forthcoming. With that 1988 announcement, printed in issue number 125, the newsletter suspended publication. At the bottom of that page was a list of books and publications forthcoming on Satanism, by and about LaVey, including my biography, The Secret Life of a Satanist, a release of the out-of-print Complete Witch, retitled The Satanic Witch, and what was there called the Satanic Papers, but would eventually be published as LaVey's The Devil's Notebook in 1992. As mentioned in the previous chapter, LaVey was extraordinarily generous with his time when he felt it was well spent, with people who truly shared his views and would treat him fairly in interviews. In the mid-1980s, there was an explosion of zines of varying quality, from poorly photocopied rants stapled together with barely discernible photos, to magazine quality, well-researched, comprehensive resources on various esoteric topics from murderers to musicians, old movies to sexual perversions, weird historical characters and events, or unusual religious movements. Many had a distinctly anti-authoritarian slant and purpose, with many of them welcoming wisdom from the High Priest of Hell. In this way, LaVey reached young people, punk rockers and iconoclasts hungry for blasphemy. LaVey also welcomed the chance to talk to writers from college literary magazines like Prism and Birth of a Tragedy, published by Stanford University students. LaVey spent a delightful evening with Eugene Robinson in 1986 in preparation for Birth of Tragedy's special anniversary God issue. Here is a portion of what appears therein. Yeah, well, I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid, hopefully. And I think we're all a bit crazy if we do anything that is deviant. I've studied a great deal on deviance and aberrant behavior. Most of the interesting people I've ever met have been deviant in one form or another, or alienated, and one of the transitional tools or explanatory means towards this third stage is the glorification of alienation. I believe this accounts magically for a great deal of renewed or increased or new interest in such outlets as film noir and the whole noir concept of the dark side or the anti-hero. All of these things are pure Luciferian philosophy or personification, and therefore the whole idea of the alienated being proud of their alienation is something that will act as a vehicle towards this third stage, because there will be more characters, more nutty people who are productively nutty, more and more crazy people who are Promethean-like crazy, hopefully, or at least stimulating and interesting and not socially disruptive or destructive. Later, speaking of Meister Eckhart, LaVey continued, well, that's like EST, or certain elements of Scientology, or some of these basic self-help things where the individual is reduced to the level of a cipher, starting from point zero to building himself up again. I don't feel the need to do that, but for some people, the options are there within Satanism. Pretentiousness is the cardinal sin of Satanism. I can't stand it in any form unless it's fun, unless it's laughable. Then it's different. But pretentiousness, in the sense of humorless pretension, is abysmal to me. I don't feel the need to get down on the floor because before I can bear to get up and sit in a chair, because I've never sat on any sort of ornately carved throne. I've never presented myself as having spoken directly to Satan or God or anyone else, or being in touch with any sort of divinity, or having any kind of special mandate or power or influence even. I just feel that what I'm doing is something that I do because I must, because it's part of my nature, and critics, analysts, whatever, can interpret it how they see fit. I don't have any pretensions about my life being some sort of sacred or holy vein or message or oracular kind of meaning. If things happen as a result of my magic, then so much the better. Robinson asked, "So, when you say, 'I am a Satanist,' is that the same as saying, 'I'm free'?" LaVey agreed. "Yeah, I'm free of the first repression. At least the first theological or the first societal repression, or the first civilized repression, that is non-productive civilized behavior. The ancients did not look upon their devils as necessarily evil. Before Christianity, these divinities or tutelary symbols or forces were looked upon with a great deal of awe because they represented something. But they were not necessarily intrinsically evil. The whole concept of Satanism is that it might be unpopular, but it's not necessarily evil." As LaVey wrote with the suspension of the cloven hoof, it was time for a higher profile, slick satanic newsstand magazine, which Peter Gilmore started in 1989. In his opening editorial, Peter reinforced satanic beliefs, for some non-satanic readers who might be unfamiliar, and set the course for the new magazine. Satanists hold themselves as their own highest value, seeing themselves as their own God. Satanists reject the concept of an external, supernatural parent figure and take responsibility for their own lives into their own hands, whether they succeed or fail in their endeavors. The watchword of Satanism is indulgence. We assert that life is to be lived for one's own pleasure. But pleasure, as well as pain, is in the eye of the experiencer. Satanists practice our indulgence in accordance with the laws of society, the rules of the house, and firmly believe that we should not infringe on anyone else's right to their own indulgence. A live and let live attitude. Satanists have no desire to convert anyone, as we see all people as individuals who have every right to believe whatever they wish, so long as they do not try to force their beliefs and values on Satanists. This forum will present the thoughts of many contemporary Satanists, which may not all be in agreement. Let's see the breadth and depth of contemporary Satanism, the maturity of a philosophical movement that is now in its 24th year. And of course, let's have fun doing it. After the first few issues of The Black Flame, Gilmore added a slick cover, expanding his magazine to include sprightly interviews, bracing articles, and advertising, utilizing the distribution contacts he and Miss Nadramia had developed through publishing her literary horror magazine Grew. Through other contacts, we met Adam Parfrey around this time. He was in the process of publishing the first edition of the notorious compendium, Apocalypse Culture, completing his time with the Muck Press and transitioning into his solo endeavor, which would be called Feral House. Parfrey's taste for the arcane, offensive, and blasphemous would eventually establish him as the dark wizard of publishing. Anton and Adam discovered a mutual delight in humanity's perversity, speaking in shorthand about various byways of murderers, cults, freaks, and horrors they had found in their explorations of various sinister, neglected corners. They shared a love of Ben Hecht and H.L. Mencken, and Adam was delighted that the doctor knew and admired his father, Woodrow Parfrey, who had passed away shortly before Adam and Anton met. LaVey inducted Parfrey as a member of the Church of Satan, a role the publisher took inspiration from throughout his life. Parfrey wrote a couple of fine articles for men's magazines, published in the respected chronicles, publications Chick and Screw. When Adam learned that LaVey's Complete Witch was long out of print, he felt that that would be an appropriate title to publish in his new Feral House line. LaVey's treatise on lesser magic was renamed The Satanic Witch and hit bookshelves in 1989. Another inspiring tome released by Feral House that inaugural year was Tortures and Torments of the Christian Martyrs, a reprint of a saint's celebration from 1591, supplemented by a detailed description of Jesus' torturous death, as well as vivid new illustrations by contemporary artists and loathsome criminals. Adam also discovered I was working on a new biography of Anton LaVey, The Secret Life of a Satanist. I wanted to get that out as soon as possible, as well as an essay collection that had been long considered by LaVey, The Devil's Notebook. LaVey and Parfrey continued their friendship throughout LaVey's life, working on various writing and movie projects together, with another essay collection in progress when LaVey died, Satan Speaks, which was published posthumously. Parfrey kept the satanic fires well stoked by publishing incendiary, offensive, thought-provoking material, and keeping LaVey's books and biography in print until Adam's death in 2018. This period, which some have designated as a period of relative quiescence for LaVey's appearances and activities, was in reality a remarkably busy and productive time in Anton's life. True, he wasn't sprinting across the country doing on-camera interviews or performing satanic rituals for the cameras anymore, but he was doing more satanic advocacy, writing more essays, working on film projects, and for the first time in his life, getting his music out to a generation ready to appreciate it. This was the height of the Satanic Panic, and, as described in the previous chapter, the high priest was extraordinarily engaged with various law enforcement and animal protection agencies, addressing increased interest in his organization in the age of telephone calls and paper inquiries, not internet searches, juggling interviews and expanding contacts here and abroad. As LaVey said in a brief 1986 Halloween interview for the San Francisco Chronicle, "I love San Francisco, but most of the press I get is outside. The London Telegraph, Stern, magazines in Europe, Japan, Chile, Argentina, India. Between 1986 and 1994, we met many of the people who would very soon become integral to the survival of the church. Peter and Peggy, Adam Parfrey, Michael Moynihan, Ruth and Coop, Matt Paradise, George Sprague, Bob Johnson, Carl Abramson, and many who still cannot be named. All noble warriors in the fight against the Satanic Panic." In 1989, LaVey narrated a forensic film by controversial artist/singer/filmmaker and collector of ephemera, Nick Bugis, called Death Scenes. Besides the release of the reborn Satanic Witch, we were working intimately on the biography, as well as the initial incarnation of this history of the Church of Satan. Our growing affinity and love for one another became more conspicuous as time progressed. Anton and Diane, having separated in 1984, were now locked in a harrowing legal battle that lasted for 9 years. Though LaVey tried to protect Diane's place within the organization and in his heart, hoping she would return. By this time, her animosity had become clear. Their union was irrevocably damaged. Anton and I made a life for ourselves beyond battling the satanic panic and legal entanglements with his ex-partner. He introduced me to various characters in his life, like Bill Blackbeard and Barbara Tiger, whose house was packed to the gills with old newspapers, books, and magazines. Bill was a known Popeye collector and provided periodicals to movies when they needed pristine period props. They squabbled and groused at each other and cared for the raucous parrots they kept in the kitchen. We met with theater organ, band organ, and calliope enthusiasts, visited gun shows, cat shows, and car shows, spent happy hours in the company of Church of Satan members and their various eccentric collections and talents. Our satanic mechanic, a bright and perceptive man who had worked on Dr. LaVey's people with him, possessed a Fiji mermaid and various pickled punks. Another had created an exact representation of Sherlock Holmes's main parlor at 221B Baker Street and the cocktail bar at the top of a hotel he owned. Yet another, Rex Kincaid, was a concert pianist with a sparkling wit and discerning mind who died during the early years of the AIDS epidemic. We bought keyboards and visited old cemeteries in Colma and elsewhere. Drove around the Berkeley Hills, where Anton told me about the Temple of the Wings. He took me to the Polgas Temple and regaled me with stories of the Montgomery Block building and the blasphemies of Bohemian Grove. My beloved enchanted me with stories of Clark Ashton Smith, Robert Barber Johnson, and George Haas, comic magicians, Milo and Roger, Hatfield the Rainmaker, Father Riker's lecture in the early days of the Church of Satan, and meeting Ed Gein with August Derleth in a Wisconsin prison. Anton shared tales of midnight excursions to secluded magical rites, where his 1937 Cord got stuck over railroad tracks and everyone had to get out of the car to get over the hump, and seeing storage cloaked beasts rise in the ebon night from the side of the road as they passed. We explored the sacred vaults of the Black House, reciting forbidden incantations and ancient tomes. I experienced life-changing rituals in the front chamber, along with more private sessions in the Den of Iniquity and the Cornell Woolrich Memorial Hotel room. We ate luscious food in San Francisco's oldest, best restaurants, haunted endless bookstores, and explored the night in his black Jaguar. Through ceaseless conversation and music, sexual exploration and sensual delights, Anton initiated me into the Stygian mysteries and hellish truths I was so ravenous to learn and apply. I moved into the Black House in 1989. Unfortunately, that was also the year LaVey's daughter Zena publicly split from her father, despite Anton's efforts to promote her short-lived acting, pretense, and mail-order endeavors. Zena hadn't shown much interest in the Church of Satan, but when the time came to promote the Satanic Witch, Adam and Anton urged Zena to write the introduction, thinking she could do the bulk of the promotion for the book, using that to get her face in front of cameras. Zena complained about scheduling and time commitments, and that she wasn't given due respect. LaVey attempted to collaborate with her on other projects with her new partner, Nicholas Schreck, but nothing satisfied her. Later, Zena cannily suggested her father step down, retire somewhere safe, and let her run the organization. When LaVey politely demurred, Zena wrote and published a lengthy tirade declaring Anton her unfather and severed all contact with him. Zena and Nicholas moved to Austria for a time, abandoning her young son Stanton there. He lived on the streets before calling his grandmother in desperation, requesting money to make his way home. Zena now teaches traditional Tantric Buddhism in Berlin and is reputedly active in various animal protection groups. Anton and Zena never spoke again. See The Secret Life of a Satanist for details on LaVey's more personal struggles during this time. Anton LaVey officially appointed me High Priestess on my birthday in 1990. I was, of course, honored and delighted. It was the fulfillment of my darkest childhood fantasies, recognition for the work I was doing for the organization, and a manifestation of the unholy communion I felt with the man I cherished. With this declaration, I saw that our own relationship was reaching far beyond what I ever dared hope. Besides the biography, the original Church of Satan book was also published in 1990 by none other than Hell's Kitchen Productions, Inc., Peter Gilmore, and Peggy Nadramia's concern, through which they published Grew magazine and the Black Flame magazine. Peter and Peggy were emerging as increasingly vital to the Church of Satan, always willing to implement Dr. LaVey's suggestions and directions, and eager to learn from his guidance. From their Hell's Kitchen apartment, they were refining their magical practices, performing macabre rituals from LaVey's books with select satanic urbanites, and continuing to establish a network of contacts and horror fiction circles. Anton saw his philosophy, as clearly articulated in the Satanic Bible, becoming more relevant in society with each passing year. This was a phrase of expanding application by overt and covert means. The beginning of the harvest, so to speak. Techniques having been developed can be employed. The myths of the 20th century are recognizable and exploitable as essential stimuli. Human foibles may be reviewed with an understanding towards radical embellishment. This entire article is included in Appendix 1. LaVey's goals and vision for the future of Satanism were crystal clear in 1990, as the high priest communicated in these following quotes from the original Theory and Practice chapter in the Church of Satan, beginning on page 59. Words which remain remarkably pertinent today. We'll follow Huey Long's directive. When fascism or Satanism comes to America, it will be in the form of Americanism. I'm taking a thoroughly American thought form and seeing it for what it always was. As Satanism becomes the major religion in the United States, it will be complete with red, white, and blue banners flying, accompanied by the blaring trombones of John Philip Sousa. LaVey's philosophy has broad appeal. His redefinition of satanic as a descriptive word seems to encompass a theory of aesthetics that goes beyond the dubious behavioral standards assigned to Christianity. It was a Christian thing to do. Said LaVey, you can't say, that's a Christian-looking car, or what a Christian architectural design. But you could say, that's a satanic-looking house, or what a satanic piece of music. People think of Satanism only in a religious or spiritual context because that's all they've been told, all they can imagine. It's all inclusive. When a Satanist uses the general adjective, understanding the aesthetics involved, he's describing something that's innovative, diabolical, in opposition to the complacency of the masses that's utilizing theories of dominant mass, or sex, sentiment, and wonder themes. You can talk about satanic motion pictures, stories, animals, and abstracts like modes of therapy, rules of decorum, beauty, justice. Unlike Christian ethos, which is impractical beyond the doors of a church and limited by its own scripture, Satanism encompasses a workable lifestyle. A new generation of Satanists can be free to do what their parents or even grandparents did, only better, more dramatically, and proudly wearing the badges of Satanism while doing it. As Satanism grows more mainstream, whether people will agree with our philosophy or not, our standards and ideals will prevail. Satanism is more akin to an ethnology than to a religion. People who join LaVey's church feel they were born Satanists, that there was no conscious decision involved. Reading the Satanic Bible for them was more an experience of discovery than indoctrination. LaVey agreed. When you say, "I'm a Christian," you most likely also identify yourself with a specific ethnic background aside from that. Irish, Italian, Norwegian, or something. People who call themselves Satanists generally feel alienated from any specific ethnic origin, so that it's closer to the feeling of saying, "I'm a Jew." Not just that one chooses to attend a Jewish synagogue rather than a Christian church, but rather he is a Jew, synagogue or not, like it or not. That's the way he was born. It's almost as if we're identifying a new ethnic, one that's been there all along, but was never recognized before now. Over the past 25 years, it's become an attitude, an aesthetic imperative, a cultural orientation that envelops mainstream society. It's a Pandora's box. You can't stuff the demons back inside. Once your eyes are open to reality, they can't be closed. As evidence of the rising tide of Satanism, LaVey pointed to the cavalier, even flaunting, attitude young people have about images of the devil. While horrified parents wonder what kind of heathen monsters they've raised, children idolize Satan as their rebel king. Kids use the sign of the horns as a greeting or thumbs up, like the peace sign of the 60s. There are plenty of people in their teens and 20s out there saying they worship the devil because it's cool now, and a lot of their friends call themselves Satanists. A lot of them don't understand much more than what they see on MTV, but the point is they are giving homage to the devil and not to God. There's no need for human sacrifices and pacts with the devil anymore. These kids are already aligned with satanic forces. Now, they participate in altar calls at rock concerts regardless, or because of their parents' outrage. They take delight in wearing the Baphomet for shock value. People who wear the symbol regularly report they get a much stronger reaction with it than they do if they wear, for instance, Nazi regalia. With a swastika, people can get righteously offended, reminded of the Holocaust and all that. The person wearing it wants to be labeled an arrogant supremacist, right-wing extremist, etc. Immediately pigeonholed. But the Baphomet doesn't represent a particular historical context. You can't pigeonhole the satanic symbol or Satanists. It just evokes dark, unexplained, but intense primal fears. The reaction tends to be, "I don't know much about it, but I know I should be afraid of it." And it's not just young people mainstreaming Satanism. Halloween is now more popular and widely celebrated than Christmas. Christmas only means distress, guilt, forced gaiety, financial burden, strained domestic interaction, suicide, loneliness, death. Halloween is fun, not a time for obligatory family reunions. but just getting together with friends or parties, drinking and playing dress up. In reality, our apparent mainstream influence is just the tip of the iceberg. For every one of those kids you see at rock concerts holding up the sign of the horns and not knowing anything about it, there are maybe 5 more kids who have read the Satanic Bible and do know what Satanism is and are growing up to the stage now where they are gaining positions of power and having a real effect in the world around us. In the motion picture industry, the arts, business, academia, politics, they don't wear it on their sleeves, so you probably wouldn't even know they were Satanists. But you figure someone who was born in 1955 to 1965, who had grown up living most of his life in a post-1966 satanic age, is now reaching 25, 30, 35 years old. He's getting established in his chosen field, and his philosophy is bound to have an effect on the way he operates. They're getting tired of the bullshit. These are what I call second-generation Satanists. The Church of Satan has been in existence for most of their lives, and they take the effects of Satanism as the rule rather than the exception. Sexual freedom, not believing in God, independence of mind. There are children of Satanists who are reaching the age of maturity and are choosing Satanism as a way of life because it was never shoved down their throats like Christian parents do with their religion. Satanism, as LaVey described the modern philosophy, is a true inversion of Christianity, just as it has always been accused of being. It starts as a secular philosophy of rationalism and self-preservation, natural law, social Darwinism, animal state, and wraps these basically sound ideas and religious trappings to add to its appeal. A Satanist explores the supernatural realm by choice, with eyes opening and hearts clear, rather than taking a supernatural belief as a starting point, like jungle primitives trying to explain lightning. Christianity foists faith in the supernatural on believers from the word go. LaVey called that one reason why any mystical religion is intellectually stifling. When you start with the supernatural, you must end with the supernatural. You can explore no further unless you entirely surround the mystical, which is a major break. Satanists take up religious trappings as a conscious choice because we feel it enriches our lives and understanding. But we must have a firm grounding in rational thinking as a foundation to stand on first. Christians, if they stick to their story about an omnipotent God and a man dying 2,000 years ago influencing your life today, consider logic a non-option, something that is treated as if it were dangerous. Most people who do even a modest investigation of Satanism have run across LaVey's 9 satanic statements, which he included in the Satanic Bible as a general definition of what his philosophy is all about. These are included in Appendix 1. When we spoke at length in 1990 in preparation for the first version of this book, LaVey said that after over 25 years of getting his ideas before the public, some people still can't figure him out. It's a wonderful philosophy, they might exclaim. I agree with everything you said, but why call it Satanism? It would be a lot more palatable to people if you called it something else, and you'd get a lot more members. Instead of explaining once again that Satanism isn't intended to please everyone, LaVey replies that he'll take their suggestion under advisement. As he wrote, "My brand of Satanism is the ultimate conscious alternative to herd mentality and institutionalized thought. It is a studied, contrived set of principles and exercises designed to prevent and liberate from the contagion of mindlessness which destroys innovation. Here are some reasons why it is called Satanism. It is most stimulating under that name, and self-discipline and motivation are easier under stimulating conditions. It means the opposition and epitomizes all symbols of nonconformity. It represents the strongest ability to turn a liability into an advantage, to turn alienation into exclusivity. In other words, the reason it's called Satanism is because it's fun, it's accurate, and it's productive. To his death, Anton LaVey remained outspoken about the philosophy behind the ominous trappings, as well as explaining why the dark trappings are productive. The religion has remained vital, evolving to match technological advances, social flux, and ever-increasing membership worldwide. As a rule, LaVey never disclosed membership figures. He explained his thinking behind this policy in 1990. If it's too low, we would be perceived as insignificant. And if it was too high, we'd be considered enough of a threat to justify any hysteria. If you can be quantified, you can be expendable and easier to dispose of. Besides, after 25 years, it would be very difficult to calculate our membership. Members are lifetime members. They don't have to pay any renewal fees every year. So we have had a cumulative increase since 1966. Frankly, I can't see how people can say we had a much larger membership in the 60s than we do now. It's mathematically impossible. If we had 20,000 lifetime members in 1976, we can't have 10,000 in 1979, unless we had 10,000 letters of resignation in 3 years. Tom Wedge, noted Satan buster, made a valid point when he explained this phenomenon in his 1987 book, The Satan Hunter. It must be realized that the great preponderance of the followers of the Church of Satan have never formally made an effort to actually join the church. The thousands who follow portions of the teaching of Anton LaVey and other members of his like are not those who become contributing members. The majority of the followers of the precepts of the Church of Satan are those teenagers who pay the $3.95 purchase price for a copy of the paperback edition of the Satanic Bible. LaVey felt that's the way it should be. As for actual members, either they're with us or they're not. It won't change 10 or 20 years later. An appropriate parallel is the idea of college alumni. Are they no longer alumni of Stanford because they graduated 15 years ago rather than 10 years ago? Presumably, people throw in their lot with us, signed on the dotted line, and they've made their pact essentially. Members of the Church of Satan aren't taken off the rolls for not paying their tithes or yearly dues. The idea is to free people's minds and send them out among others, not to keep them milling around the same corral like sheep. If their eyes are opened, there is no turning back. Nothing will ever be the same for them. These are people loosely bound together like a secret cabal, who don't need to do group rituals to feel connected to the source. A truly secret society of magicians who are working advanced black magic and influencing the outside world. What's the advantage of being a big fish in a little pond when you could be a big fish in a big pond? Winners beget winners. They augment, stimulate, and feed each other. When you're a somebody out there, you don't need to advertise your affiliations. That's fine for people who are just starting out. It's fun and indulgent, and if they want to get together with a few friends to use my books to perform rituals, that's great. but eventually they want to apply their magic in a way that will get them ahead in the world. LaVey continued to attract diabolically potent people into his social orbit, as he had from the beginning of the Magic Circle. Around 1991, we were introduced to another power couple, the poster artist Coop and his accomplished and impressive mate, later wife, Ruth Waits. Coop shared Dr. LaVey's love of guns, cars, and vivacious, overblown women. Ruth was a born satanic witch, utilizing both her brain and her considerable pulchritude to captivate men's minds and establish Coop's brand. We spent many delightful evenings with them, and in 1996, Coop created a bold new Church of Satan recruitment poster whose garish bally style broke old stereotypes, showcasing the fun and lusty carnival spirit of Satanism. Feral House published Anton's first essay collection, The Devil's Notebook, in 1992. And LaVey continued to do valuable interviews, a particularly revealing one appearing in the second issue of the shocking rant zine Answer Me by Jim and Debbie Goad in 1992, later included in their Splatterpunks 2 book in 1995. On a personal note, the exhausting court battle with Diane was finally resolved in 1993. Forcing Anton to sell his beloved black house to a fellow Satanist and a longtime friend, Donald Werby, in order to buy Diane off. It was arranged that LaVey would continue to live there for a modest rent, which saved him from abandoning the home he loved, as well as clearing out myriad of collectibles and artwork he had created and accumulated for 40 years. Again, for more specific personal details, please look for my biography of Dr. LaVey. As Anton's personal complications wound down and the satanic panic waned, it felt it was time for us to conceive a child together. Our son, Satan Xerxes Karnacki LaVey, was born November 1st, 1993. We were delighted to bring this new, bright, inquisitive baby into the world. Anton's cardiologist said it gave LaVey new life. We named him Satan for the same reasons other parents give their children religious names that honor them, like Jesus, Maria, Muhammad, reflecting, for us, sacred, positive attributes of courage, defiance of convention, independence, wisdom, resourcefulness, creativity, and majesty, but we ended up calling him by his second name. From the moment Xerxes entered the Black House, Anton played music for him and was purposeful in raising him, investing him with as much of himself as he could. Xerxes learned gun safety at his father's knee, and Anton made sure that his first movie he was exposed to was Disney's Fantasia. LaVey spent as much time with his son as he could, energized by his enthusiasm and honest wonder at the world. On other fronts, 1993 is also the year Peggy Nadramia established herself as the Church of Satan's first official online representative. Describing the early days of internet communication gives me a distinctly Granny Clampett vibe. Everything has changed since 1993, when I had my first online access via a text-only feed through a 4-megabyte Atari computer. We have bigger, better devices for this sort of thing now. We don't use dial-up, that's a telephone line, kids, and we could all get on the webs at once. On the downside, people can spread lies, hatred, and misinformation faster than ever, and you needed a modicum of intelligence to be on the internet 20 years ago. Not so these days, as I'm sure everyone has observed. My earliest efforts to communicate on the internet led me to BBS's, bulletin board systems. The first one I found was Satan's Playground, a 4-line call-in system owned and operated by a brainy teenager named Master Balak. Satan's Playground later became a website, earliest online version of satannet.com. Satannet is the home of Letters to the Devil, a system of forums where many important friendships were formed and projects launched. And you may know Master Balak these days as Magister Frost. My other favorite board was To Megatherion, created and maintained by a young Kevin Slaughter, who is using it to research Satanism and to provide information for those similarly engaged. Magister Slaughter continues in this effort to this day, unearthing remnants from the earliest days of our organization's past. Where would I have been without smart teenagers? Pseudo-Satanists abounded, spreading the dire news that the Church of Satan had folded, that Anton LaVey was in retirement, blah, blah, blah. They weren't very happy when a perky little priestess came along to tell them that the Church of Satan was alive and well, that Dr. LaVey was busy writing and doing print interviews, and that she'd recently visited him in San Francisco, where he was being wined and dined by a bevy of interested parties who were finding his philosophy congruent with their outsider status. High Priestess Nadramia continues. While our detractors wiped their bitterly disappointed tears, I began providing up-to-date information about the Church of Satan, Dr. LaVey, and Satanism in general to a newfound audience via online forums and dedicated places, web spaces like Genie and America Online. Other Satanists were only too happy to run the ball in areas of the internet where they'd suffered as a minority of one or two, constantly razzed about their membership in a defunct organization. It all broke wide when we descended upon Usenet and alt.satanism. The arguments, flame wars as they were known then, were legendary, and probably deserve their own book, one best written by others. Magistra Nadramia's entire survey answers are included as Appendix 2 at the end of this book. Nick Bougas released Speak of the Devil, a movie-length video documentary on Anton LaVey in 1993, complete with discussions of the unholy Johnson Smith catalog of jokes, tricks, and novelties, some footage of the notorious Front Ritual Chamber, as well as the Den of Iniquity, with LaVey sculpted artificial human companions lounging lasciviously or giving the finger to some fresh guy, with music and jokes aplenty. LaVey was pleased to see a Polanski biography on the shelves that year, written by John Parker, which mentioned his role as the devil in Rosemary's Baby, presenting a sound theory as to why interested parties wanted to deny LaVey was involved. We were happy to make acquaintances of Greg Turkington in 1994. He had a record business called Amarillo Records. He was very supportive of Dr. LaVey and wanted to get his music out to people. Several tantalizing snippets have been included in Speak of the Devil, and many interviewers spoke about LaVey's musical skills. But there were no dedicated musical releases. Anton didn't want to go to a studio to record. He felt most comfortable in his kitchen laboratory, and his array of keyboards set in a precise arrangement around him. LaVey was a live performer, and he never used sheet music. He wasn't layering and mixing. Anton's hands fell on the keys he needed for a particular arrangement, his fingers flying from one keyboard to another as he played, choosing new voicings and altering effects, and Anton needed them in exactly that configuration. It would have been very difficult for him to break his entire system down and cart it into a studio. Greg understood completely and worked with the recordings LaVey provided, releasing a 10-inch vinyl album, Strange Music, along with a much-appreciated CD release of the 1968 Satanic Mass album. 1994 also saw the publication of an excellent academic overview on Satanism, Ancient and Modern, by Massimo Introvigna, called Indagine sul Satanismo, with a French translation released in 1997, and a significantly revised version released in English in 2016. 1994 was also the year we met that impresario of fleshly delights, Bob Johnson. He had been a long-time admirer of LaVey and wanted to use his position in the men's magazine industry to put forth Anton's ideas, much as was done in the very early days of the Church of Satan. Johnson, who would eventually become a magister and write The Satanic Warlock, 2016, penned a delightfully insightful piece for high society. Bob and Anton remained friends and magical companions. LaVey did a lengthy interview with Darby Romeo's intriguing small press magazine, Ben is Dead, around this time, which was receiving fairly wide distribution through Tower Records. Greg Turkington was preparing to release a full CD of LaVey's music in early 1995, titled Satan Takes a Holiday. We were listening to the master tape on February 22, 1995, eating with a friend in the kitchen of the Black House, when LaVey suddenly slumped sideways, unconscious. He was taken from the house in an ambulance, and I didn't know if he would survive. The doctor said he had a sudden death experience, and credited my application of CPR, with the guidance of the emergency operator, for saving his life. I credited the EMTs who shocked him several times, and LaVey's indomitable will to live. Fortunately, over the course of the next 2 weeks in the hospital, he recovered his physical abilities, though Anton never recovered his memory of what had happened to him during the event, or earlier that day. It is too painful for me to relive these events by writing about them here, so again, I direct you to The Secret Life for further details.